Thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay. Good morning, members, officers, and any members of the public who are viewing through the live stream. We welcome you to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Dr. Martin Khan, and I'm the chair of the committee. Can I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their cameras and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee? If anyone has any questions on how proceedings for this meeting work, please ask now, and the Democratic Services will advise. Committee members present in the chamber, I will now invite you to each introduce yourselves. Members, after I call your name, please turn on your microphone and say your name so that your presence may be noted. As I said earlier, my name is Councillor Dr. Martin Khan, and I'm member for Piston and Impington. My Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Fain. Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Anna Bradnan, and I'm one of the members for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
Councillor Ariel Khan.
Councillor Ariel Khan for Horston and Cumberton Ward.
Councillor Bill Handley.
Hello, it's Bill Handley. I'm one of the councillors for the villages of Over and Willingham.
Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Jeff Harvey, Borcham Ward.
Councillor Judith Rippeth.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Judith Rippeth, and I'm one of the members for Milton and Waterbeach Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. I'm Councillor Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth Ward.
Councillor Heather Williams doesn't appear to be yet. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Richard Williams. I'm the member for the Whittlesford Ward.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Look, I'm Councillor Eileen Wilson, one of the members for Cottenham and Rampton Ward.
Are there any other members present, please? Okay. I can confirm that the meeting is quorate. Do we have apologies?
Yes, we've got a little bit to run through first, please. Yeah.
I see. Okay, fine. Sorry, can we have some officers with us in the chamber for the duration of the meeting? Rebecca Smith, Area Development Manager. Toby Williams, Development and Planning Compliance Manager. Vanessa Blaine, Senior Planning Lawyer. Lawrence Demari Homan, Democratic Services Officer. And we have our technical support from Democratic Services being provided by Aaron Clark. We'll also be joined by various case officers throughout the meeting. If any member leaves the meeting, would they please make the fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes? We should take breaks from this meeting as and when they are needed and as appropriate. Members should have received the main agenda pack dated 6th of June and the online plans pack supplement dated 7th of June. We also have a number of update sheets published on Tuesday the 13th of June which relate to items 5, Girton, 6, Comberton, and 7th, Ellsworth. Members, please state now who have not seen any of these documents. Sorry, Councillor Brandon.
Sorry, I have seen all of those documents, but I just wanted to clarify, do we need to clarify the apologies for absence? Because I'm attending as a substitute. Okay.
Sorry, my fault. This is my first chair meeting. I'm not getting the order exactly correct. Further documentation was received regarding item 5, Girton, yesterday evening. You should have been provided with copies this morning. I would also like to note that site visits were conducted on Monday the 12th of June for items 5, 6, 7 and 8. Item 2 on our agenda today is apologies for absence. Lawrence, are there any apologies for absence today?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. So one apology for absence, which is Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins, who Councillor Bradnam has kindly stepped in to substitute for, and we've received apologies for lateness from Councillor Heather Williams.
Now we come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? If any interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I have to declare a non-pecuniary interest in item 7, Avenue Business Park. I'm the local ward member for Ellsworth, and I've received a number of representations, mostly by email from local residents. However, I'm coming to this meeting with an open mind and will listen to all the presentations before making judgment on the merit of the application. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. As a member of Milton and Waterbeach Ward, I'm ward member for item 8, 95 Bannold Road, and I declare that I did speak to the owner of one of the affected properties at the first application, which is the outline application, but I did so simply to advise the gentleman how he might make representations. But I come to this with an open mind. Thank you.
Councillor Rippeth.
Yeah, I have a non-pecuniary interest in agenda item 8, 95 Bannold Road, Waterbeach. For this, I will not be participating in the vote nor the debate, but will be speaking as local member. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It's item 5. It's a non-pecuniary interest, but I just wanted to note that I do work for the University of Cambridge. I have taught for Girton in the past. I do not currently teach for Girton. And I just want to make it clear nobody has approached me about this application. And obviously I will approach it today with a completely open mind.
Councillor Bill Handley.
Thank you, Chair. Non-pecuniary, item 7. I visited the site about 6 or 7 weeks ago with the leader at the invitation of the owner, but we did not discuss the planning application. He just told us what his plans were for the future of his business if he gets the approval that he wants. I'll look at Mrs. Blaine if he thinks that's a good, that's okay for me just to declare a non-pecuniary on that.
Thank you. In terms of item 5, Girton. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. So, just to clarify. Oh, sorry. Better. Sorry. Are you invited by the applicant?
The owner of the land.
Who is the applicant?
Well, I guess, yeah, even though it might be, I don't know if it's been done through a developer, but yeah. He invited us to take a look at the site and just to look at the layout of the building and so on. If you think, I'm very happy to step out if you feel that there's any kind of conflict.
My advice is you step away from this one, please.
Yeah, I will do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Griffith.
So I just wanted to add something extra. As you'll see from the agenda papers, I've been a consultee on this reserved matters application for agenda item 8. So I've been advised, I've taken legal advice. That's why I'm not participating in the debate or vote.
I would declare that I'm a graduate of Cambridge University. I think a number of other members may be graduates of Cambridge University. I would take a general declaration that other members who, if they would announce that they're graduates, just general declaration that they're approaching this afresh. I don't think anybody is a member of Girton or a graduate of Girton, but can I ask anybody to say that? No. Okay. Minutes of the, item 4, minutes of the previous meeting. Sorry. Councillor Wilson.
I don't know whether this is relevant. I'm not a member of Girton, but my future daughter-in-law is, so I have had quite a lot of discussions in the past about Girton, but nothing to do with this planning application. So I come to it with an open mind.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether you were saying that even if just a graduate of the university one should, but I am, so just for the record then.
I'm treating this rather like we've treated the National Trust in the past, that it's a general, that there will be more than one person involved who was a graduate, but we're taking it as though that this is not that we're approaching the matter afresh. So unless anybody is a particular graduate of Girton, beyond that, I don't think it needs further mention. If we go through the minutes of the last meeting held on the 10th of May 2023, I'll take them a page at a time for comments. Page 5, page 6, page 7.
Councillor Griffith.
Sorry.
If I can just be noted as abstaining for both sets of minutes because I wasn't at either meeting as I wasn't on committee.
Okay.
Councillor Brad.
And the same for me, I believe. Well, not for the 2nd, but for the 10th of May, I was not on the meeting, so I'll abstain, but I'll consider the 19th.
Councillor Wilson.
The same, I wasn't at the meeting, so I will abstain as well.
Okay, now the meeting of the 19th of May, page 9, page 10, page 11. Okay, now we come to item 5. Sorry,
you need to formally approve them.
Sorry, can we formally approve the minutes of both those meetings?
Agreed.
Can we do it by affirmation?
Just to clarify, so regarding the meeting 10th of May, we are just approving the public pack of the minutes for now, and we will come to the restricted minute at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, item 5. The application reference number 22000887 in outline for Girton College and Huntingdon Road. Sorry, construction of student accommodation and other facilities. Should note that this is an application which lies in the Green Belt and is be contrary to provisions of the development plan. And so if it is approved, it would need to be referred to the Secretary of State for, and would only be decided if he doesn't wish to call it in. We have 3 public speakers. And first of all, the presenting officer, Elizabeth Glover. Can you please take us through it?
Just for the sake of clarity, at page 55, 11.1 in the recommendation, it says the Secretary of State confirming the application. Oh, no, it means if it, sorry. Okay, it's conditional. Sorry, I apologise.
Good morning and thank you, Chair. The first application before you this morning has been made by Girton College, Cambridge University, who seek outline planning approval for the construction of student residential accommodation, together with ancillary meeting, office and social space, an auditorium, replacement buildings and grounds maintenance workshops, one new vehicular access and replacement car park replacement, relocated sports pitches, and all matters are reserved except for access. Just to briefly run through, there's a couple of updates. We received a late representation yesterday from the Cambridge and Peterborough Integrated Care Services. Just wishing to reiterate their original Section 106 obligation request of £175,680 to mitigate the impact of the proposed development on the Huntingdon Road GP practice. Members should note that as part of this committee report, we've asked for delegated approval to resolve the exact terms of that agreement post-resolution, and that remains the case. Another update, there's a couple of typographical errors in the amendment in the committee report. The amended description should read that the proposal is just for one new access for vehicles, as the scheme was amended during the determination period to remove the proposed access at Girton Corner, but the description of the development was not updated at the time of the consultation letters being sent out. And the officer recommendation on the front page of the committee report is also updated to reflect what it says at paragraph 11.1, and that the recommendation is to approve subject to Section 106 conditions and informatives and confirmation from the Secretary of State that the application would not be called in for his consideration. So the application site covers 23 hectares and is the only Cambridge college to be located within the South Cambridgeshire District Council administrative area. The site lies outside of Girton Village Development Framework, approximately 2.5 miles northwest of Cambridge city centre. The site is bound on all sides by roadways, with the A14 to the north, Huntingdon Road to the southwest and Girton Road to the east. The college buildings itself are Grade 2 star listed and set within matured landscape gardens. Many of the trees benefit from TPA protection. However, the site is not located within a conservation area, nor is it at risk of any flooding. Planning context to this application, this application is an almost identical application which was made by the university in 2015. So it's a resubmission of a previously approved master plan. The scheme remains almost entirely unchanged, with the exception of amendments secured through the determination period, as I just mentioned, the removal of the additional access point onto Girton Corner, and therefore would not result in any loss of any protected trees. Officers would note that prior to the 2016 determination, there had been extensive pre-applications which were undertaken with Historic England, the Council's Conservation and Urban Design Officers, Design Enabling Panel and local stakeholders. The application was approved in October 2016 with a 6-year time frame for the submission of the first reserve matters. Due to the implications of the COVID pandemic, the first application for reserve matters was not able to be made, and the extant permission lapsed in October 2022. The college met with the council officers here in January 2021 for a formal pre-application discussion to discuss the most appropriate method of how best to manage the existing permission before it lapsed. Girton College has an overall long-term plan to deliver wider public benefits and to deliver, and the objective is to bring all the students back to the site on a residential basis. And this would be achieved through consolidation of accommodations and teaching activities, some of which take place off-site currently. The master plan would also deliver new teaching and social facilities, replacement maintenance workshops, offices, a new auditorium, meeting rooms and outdoor sports facilities. The proposals, whilst not forming part of the detailed plans, also include improvements to the heritage assets and returning some of the existing student accommodation on site back to fellow sets and offices as they were originally laid out. So as mentioned, the whole site lies within the Cambridge Greenbelt. Some of the proposals, such as the sports pitches and the replacement maintenance buildings, would constitute appropriate development within the Greenbelt. However, the vast majority of the proposal would constitute inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. The applicant is therefore required to demonstrate that very special circumstances exist which outweigh the in-principle harm to the Greenbelt. So the key material considerations for this planning application have been the impact on the Greenbelt, inappropriate development, VSC's impact on the heritage, transport, amenity, biodiversity and sustainability. The application is supported by a number of parameter plans, the first of which I'll show you is, briefly, is a demolition plan. Buildings in dark blue and light blue are proposed to be demolished. I'll turn my pointer on. These buildings are primarily located here within this part of the site and currently comprise grounds maintenance buildings, greenhouses, and at the top of the site just here is a pair of semi-detached houses which are currently used for postgraduate student accommodation. These buildings do not form part of the listing description. The proposed plans, briefly, this is a landscape and land use plan. Plot A down in this southwest corner would deliver, well, the relocated sports courts would be provided on the sports field and the car park would be provided slightly further south into the site from its current position, which is where the mouse is pointing now. Building plot parameter plans. Plot A is down here. This is Orchard Drive Field. This is a site area comprising 1.94 hectares with just 0.97 hectares proposed for built development with a maximum percentage of 45% footprint. I'll show you what that means in a moment. Plot B to the north, this is intended for further student accommodation and the reprovision of the grounds maintenance buildings and covers approximately 1.42 hectares, for which only 40% would be covered by footprint of buildings. And plot C, this would be proposed only for the auditorium building with a maximum footprint of 25% of this area. This is an illustration as to how the buildings could fit within the parameter plans. With respect to height and built footprint, the design intention is to respond to the existing context and previous extensions. So whilst the design, scale, landscape and appearance and materials are all reserved for future discussion, should this application be approved, it is anticipated that the buildings would follow a similar sort of architectural language to the existing buildings on site. In addition to that, the maximum building heights parameter plan for plot A would be typically up to 3 to 4 stories with a maximum building height of 18 metres, with a small 10% allowance for slightly higher roof profiles for additions such as chimney stacks. To the rear, to the north of the site, the maximum building height would be 15 metres in plot B, which is typically about 3 stories, and for plot C, the maximum building height would just be 12 metres. This drawing shows an illustrative layout of how the buildings could be laid out. As you can see, long lines of long linear lines of development which sort of reflect and assimilate to the previous extensions of the historic building. Should the application gain the benefit of planning approval again today, we would expect the applicant to come back to the council for pre-application discussions along with consultation with Historic England to ensure that the design would be appropriate and the height scale and massing would be appropriate for the layout as well. So the detailed element of this planning application, the application seeks approval for detailed access arrangements with improvements to existing accesses at the Mares Run and Grange Drive entrances and the creation of a new access point onto Girton Road. This slide just shows the Grange Drive and the Orchard Drive entrances being very minor in nature, and these have been agreed with local highways authority as well. This slide is the new access as detailed in the drawing. It's called the Northern Site Access and would be used solely for delivery and servicing vehicles to the grounds, maintenance and kitchens only. The servicing movements already form part of the existing daily traffic movements to the university, but they currently use the entrance at Mares Run Orchard Drive. The junction has been designed in consultation with the local highways authority, who raised no objection to this new access point, and the mouth of the junction is wide enough to allow vehicles to enter and egress simultaneously. So I'll just briefly run through some of the key landscape visual impact views. The first drawings with the wire lines were prepared as part of the original planning application from 2016, and I'll follow it up with a more up-to-date photograph, but it won't have an update on the wire line, so that's why there's 2 of each. So this is a view taken from Girton Road at the bridge over the A14 looking southwest towards the site. What you can see in the foreground would be the ball stop fence at the edge of the field. This is just an indicative height. It's not exactly how it would look. That would be reserved for design later. But you can see in the background that the site is heavily screened and the impact on the openness of the green belt would be very negligible. And this is just an updated photograph with the vegetation taken at a slightly different time of the year, but now the A14 has been installed and the vegetation remains in place. View 4 would be a view of plot B. This is an anticipated section of student housing accommodation of up to 2 to 3 stories. There would be some impact or visual, maybe partly visual, visible from the location, but still again screened by existing vegetation and not really impacting on the openness of the open fields of the Greenbelt. View 8 is taken from Huntingdon Road and would face onto Orchard Drive Field. This is for the development plot A. The submitted landscape visual impact assessment identified this as having a moderate positive impact on the landscape and suggested that the built form would create an improved gateway to the city. And this is that view now. As you can see, the trees are still in situ and heavily screened, provide heavily screening. View 9 is taken from the very northernmost point of the application site, in Grangefield, North Corner. You can see very, very localised glimpses of potential buildings, and that view hasn't really diminished. In fact, the vegetation has continued to grow. View 10, this is from Huntingdon Road, taken about 90 metres south of the A14 bridge. The yellow dotted line is the approved parameter plans for the North West Cambridge development site. These are plots that are still to come forward as part of that outline consent. However, our site is on the left-hand side of the screen. This would be plot A, with the maximum, denoting the maximum heights of 18 metres.
That must be from the north.
So it is the north of the site, yes. It's the
south of the A14 bridge.
It's north of the
see.
site, but it's south of the A14. And again, that view now, it remains heavily screened by the existing vegetation. This one's slightly closer, but a similar sort of angle, taken from Huntingdon Road opposite the Grangefield. To the west is the proposed massing maximum parameters in terms of height. And again, with the vegetation, it's still heavily screened. View 17, this would be where the proposed new vehicular access is, and the northern access, as just described on the drawing. These are the detached properties that are proposed to be demolished. As you can see, there's still a lot of vegetation. I think that a couple of trees would be removed to facilitate the new access point, but in terms of the massing, that's a general, that's what it would look like. So, it's acknowledged that since the time of the previous planning approval, the council has adopted a new local plan and there has been an update to National Planning Policy Framework. However, the text relating to the very special circumstances test in the NPPF remains unchanged. The master plan, the 2016 master plan, was also considered as an appropriate development under the previous consent, and the committee also resolved to approve that planning application, confirming that very special circumstances exist which would outweigh the harm to the green belt. So in policy terms, very little has changed. The scheme has been designed in such a way that it retains the open playing fields to the outside of the campus, and development plots would be heavily screened by existing tree belts and vegetation, therefore preserving the visual openness of the green belt and the current relationship between the college, Girton Village and Cambridge City. University colleges are a defining feature of Cambridge, and sympathetic additions to a college could contribute towards preserving that unique character of Cambridge as a compact, dynamic city with a historic centre. Proposals would also deliver extensive landscaping and biodiversity improvements, minimising the extent of harm to the setting of Cambridge. The proposed development on plots B and C, which are the sites between the existing buildings and Girton Village, would contribute towards eroding the spatial gap between the college buildings and Girton Village, and this would result in some harm to the green belt. The development of plot A would also be visible from glimpses of Huntingdon Road, as shown in those LVIA photographs just now, and while screened, they would result in a degree of encroachment into the countryside. However, overall, the landscape officers at the council were satisfied that the LVIA undertaken was appropriate and sufficient, and officers conclude that the overall visual and spatial harm to the green belt would be moderate. So the in-principle harm to the green belt by reason of inappropriateness carries substantial weight in the overall planning balance. There's no precise definition of what constitutes a VSC in policy terms, and the weight attributed by each consideration is a matter of judgment for the decision maker. A VSC does not need to be special, rare or uncommon. How the applicant has put forward the following considerations which they consider constitutes the very special circumstances. The first of this being the uniqueness of the applicant. As just mentioned, Girton College is the only University of Cambridge college within the administrative boundaries of South Cambridgeshire District Council. The site was deliberately located here upon its foundation and has been here for over 100 years before the area around the site was designated Greenbelt. To meet the college's growth needs over the next 30 years, there's a requirement to expand. It's important to consider here as well that the college has gradually developed through a piecemeal design-led approach since the time of the college's inception. If you want to read more about that, it's in the design and access statement. However, the site has developed over time to meet its own growth and needs associated with modern teaching methods, with significant extensions being completed in 1900, 1931, 1962, 2003 and 2013. Officers consider that as there are no other colleges located within the Greenbelt, this circumstance is unique to Cambridge, and officers considered that the site characteristics, together with its history and identity of the applicant, is a material consideration which weighs in favour of supporting their VSC argument. With regards to lack of suitable alternative sites, the applicants have put forth that it would be impractical for the college to seek an alternative site. The buildings are purpose-built for the college and they are its heritage and identity. So therefore, seeking an alternative site to cater for the extent of growth is unviable and unrealistic. Officers would note that presently there are a number of students that are currently housed off-site. These students have to make a daily commute to the site for teaching, social activities, eating, dining facilities and sports facilities, as many of the student accommodations off-site do not have any teaching or social spaces available. And I think part of the master plan's aspirations is to bring those students back onto the campus accommodation for their teaching and social activities. Apologies. So whilst there is no specific, with regards to the Cambridge University growth being vital to the national economy, I think that's somewhat undisputed. We don't have a specific local plan policy for Cambridge University, but the Cambridge local plan has extensive planning policies which seek to support growth and support the college, the university to be consistently a world-class institution. Therefore, the growth of Girton College is a material consideration, and officers consider that the role that the college plays in the wider university is prominent, and that this should be afforded substantial weight in the overall consideration of the very special circumstances. With regards to the collegiate community, I think that one of the distinctive characteristics of Cambridge University is its collegiate nature. At Girton College, this is currently somewhat diluted as it's not able to provide for all of its students on site. As with most of the Cambridge colleges, Girton offers students the opportunity to live in college, and there is an expectation from prospective students that this is the case when considering their choice of college and their college experience when choosing to study in Cambridge. The expansion of the approval of the master plan would allow for students to directly benefit from practical and direct access to all facilities and services, but also the college provides on-site health and well-being, and there's also a thriving community on the site, which is due to the fact that it is so far detached from many of the other colleges. Overall, officers consider that the collegiate community is a very special circumstances which should be awarded substantial weight in the overall consideration of the very special circumstances. Improvements to sustainability, the applicant is proposing all buildings to be fully electric with no uses of and renewable energy. There's a whole suite of sustainability measures that are improved, and I think that in the balance we would afford that moderate weight in favour of very special circumstances. As mentioned at the beginning, there would be some improvements to the heritage assets through the returning of some of the student accommodation to fellow sets and the original building layouts. Although it's not a formal part of this application, so we would probably afford that slightly less weight, probably minimal weight, but should funding become available as part of, if the application is approved, then this could be a benefit to the scheme overall. And finally, the enhancement of public spaces. The site is already currently publicly accessible 364 days of the year. People can enjoy the site for dog walking. There's a public walking route around the periphery. You can also use the sports facilities outside of term time or hire them at agreement outside of term time. However, in the overall planning balance, I would afford this minimal weight in the overall balance. In response to the planning application, I think key representations was that no objections were raised from Girton Parish Council or Historic England, so Historic England are satisfied that there would be no demonstrable harm or to the designated heritage assets. Other key consultees have not objected either. The Victorian Society have also not raised an objection, and one objection was received by Councillor Bygott to the original planning application as it was submitted back in 2022. Six objections were received as part of from third-party representations. These are mostly from residents living close to Girton Road. The key objections, 4 objections, were received as part of the original planning application and related almost entirely to the proposed access at Girton Corner. As a result of these objections, the applicant did amend the scheme to remove that proposed access from Girton Corner and also to retain those protected trees, which would have been lost as a result of that new access point. Following a further consultation, 2 further objections were received, and the concerns primarily relate to the northern access proposal, with concerns that it would increase noise, light pollution, privacy impacts and safety impacts to local residents. They also raised that they felt that expansion of the college was unnecessary and that the servicing access should only be via Grange Road. So to sum up the planning balance, officers consider that very special circumstances do exist to support the college in its expansion of the master plan, and that that substantial weight should be given to the uniqueness of the application, the lack of realistic alternative sites, the vital national economic role of Cambridge University to meet the future university's growth needs, to continue to contribute to meeting objectives of the university as a world-class institution, and to create that collegiate community experience. In addition to that, other benefits, there wouldn't result in harm to the heritage assets. The scheme would also secure biodiversity net gain up to 20% across the site, as well as landscape improvements and improvements to sustainability. And there's also a planning obligation towards the Huntingdon Road GP capacity improvements. And the obviously substantial weight should be given to the in-principle harm to the greenbelt. So just briefly, this is an illustrative master plan for how the site could look once fully developed. This is the auditorium, and plot B would sort of circle this area here, with plot A on this direction. And in summary, the lapsed consent is material consideration, as local and national greenbelt planning policies have not changed significantly since 2016, despite a local plan being adopted in 2018. But this is not a legal fallback position for the applicant. Overall, officers consider the level of harm to the greenbelt openness has been assessed as moderate, and that officers consider very special circumstances do exist which outweigh the in-principle harm to the greenbelt, and the officer recommendation is to approve the development subject to the completion of Section 106 legal agreement, conditions and informatives, and confirmation that the Secretary of State will not call in the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to... Sorry. Councillor Bradley.
Sorry, Chair, I preempted you. Can we... I'd like to ask some questions of clarification.
I was now going to say we come to questions of the presenter. Do we have other questions?
Thank you. I have a number, if you'll bear with me, but also I just wanted to declare that I was part of the committee that approved the outline planning application on the 13th of January 2016. I'm trusting from Vanessa that that was so long ago that, and I can't remember which way I voted, but it was approved by that committee. Can I just take advice on that?
Yes, this is a new application before you. Consider it on the merits of this application.
Thank you. Okay, so I have some questions of clarification, if I may, several, if you'll bear with me. The first one is, for those of us who are not lucky enough to have been to Cambridge University, can you just explain whether the return to fellow sets means that they're currently individual ensuite rooms, which I think it means that they're returning to a system where there are 2 rooms that are serviced by 1 bathroom between them. In other words, a reduction in space, or does this represent an increase in space requirement?
It would be an increase in space. It would take 2 current bedrooms and it would return it back to a single bedroom and a study room for 1 fellow.
Okay, so that's their proposals are increasing the space requirement per student.
For fellows, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And also there would be the creation of fellow offices as well,
Okay,
which would be as a result of further bedroom loss on site.
thank you.
I would just remind you that this is an outline application, not the details.
Yes, I just wanted to understand what the terminology meant, because it has an implication for us here. The second question, which relates to that, is if we currently here, as outlined, approve this quantum, the maximum of 14,700 square metres, that is relying on an illustrative master plan which assumes the building design proposed in the illustrative master plan. And so what I wanted to ask was, if we give approval for this current quantum, are we thereby effectively requiring them to build in the format? Because, for example, I appreciate this is outlined, but for example, there are 3 blocks on plot A, and if we were to approve this quantum, is it necessary to put them in that format rather than in another format, which was mentioned on the site visit, you know, more of the linear design, which the other buildings are proposed in, or would it not be possible to accommodate the same number of the same amount of students in the accommodation if subsequently at reserved matters a suggestion was made they didn't want those office blocks, those blocks?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the quantum that we're being asked to consider is a maximum amount of floor space. That is the maximum amount that could potentially be delivered in the future. The indicative layout is purely indicative. There is no, and in fact, actually English Heritage have clearly stated in their design, in their response to the planning application, that they would be resistant to those 3 individual blocks on plot A, for example, and would prefer to have a long linear type of development. All of those matters are to be reserved for the detailed reserved matters stage. But as I said, this is the maximum quantum of floor space that would be provided. If it turned out that it was not feasible or supported to return the fellows, to return the internal accommodation back to fellow sets, then, you know, the buildings would be designed for the reconciliation of bringing the existing students back onto the site, plus the net uplift for their master plan, growth plan.
Through you, Chair, if I may come back on that. I just didn't want us to be in the position where if we approve this up to a maximum space, we know this from outlines, that we are then thereby necessitating a rather dense form of development on the site, which at reserved matters people might have other views about. But it sounds, can we be reassured that if it was wished for at reserved matters stage, that those 3 blocks might be redistributed as linear, perhaps, if that's what people wanted at the time?
Yes, that's the case. We would expect the applicant to come in for pre-application discussions prior to the submission of any reserved matters in consultation with Historic England to ensure that the detailed design of the buildings are appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much. Try again. Slightly strange. Thank you, Chair. I've just got 3 issues. Hopefully they're fairly quick to deal with. Just on the 2015-16 application, I presume that was an application by the college. I think it was mentioned earlier, it was by the university. I thought that was a slip, so thank you. That's good. Just a clarification. I think you kind of almost dealt with this, but just to clarify, the lapsed planning application is not a fallback from our perspective because it can't be implemented anymore, but it is a material consideration. That's correct. Okay, thank you. And then just finally, in terms of I appreciate this is an outline application, but do we have any figures for the total percentage increase of the footprint that's that's envisaged here? Because I know we've got the details about the square kilometres, but just in terms of the whole site, how much of an increase of the footprint would that be?
Through you, Chair. I'll just take you back to the parameter plans, because at the moment it is purely indicative, so I couldn't answer that question decisively. However, it's not very clear, apologies, it's very small. However, what's the development plot? The blue line is the development plot. The area designated where potentially buildings could go is the orange box, and only up to 40% of that footprint could be built upon, with the remainder to be left as open spaces and cloister courtyard type. And this is sort of how it would look in terms of the building envelope, potentially. This is how potentially a building could sit within that development envelope. Probably not sure if that answers your question, but
Can I, yeah, just go, yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. It's more that I was just thinking from that map, it looks like I'm not sure it's quite a doubling of the footprint, but it looks like it could be close. But I appreciate it's outlined, so there's not much we can do. So thank you for that.
yeah, it's not a small amount of development.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Elizabeth, for your presentation. Could you flip back to, I think it was the third slide, which showed the context of the site within the wider green belt? I'm sort of struggling to understand where this fits versus the main green belt.
Apologies. It might just be a little bit easier if I show you this on the planning policy map. All this green area is green belt. As you can see, the whole site in its entirety falls within it. I think this plot up here actually is no longer greenbelt. It's part of the NIAB site, and the site and this grey area was previously greenbelt, is now part of the northwest Cambridge site. So in terms of on here, these are open fields. But the entire site would be considered to be greenbelt.
Thank you. So the entire site is already part of the green belt. They're just developing within that site. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In regard to sewage arrangements, I understand this is an outline permission, but on page 45, I think the officers inform us that we've had a pre-planning report. So this is section 7.123, and it goes over the page to page 46. And it says this development will be in the catchment of the Uttons Drove Water Recycling Centre, which currently does not have the capacity to treat the flows from the development site. However, they do acknowledge that it is their responsibility to accept the foul water from the development and take the necessary steps to ensure that this is achieved. So my concern there was that seems to be, at this stage, very loose wording, because to ensure that this is achieved, but on what timescale? Because I would have thought in the current dire situation, both nationally and locally, we must have some assurance that the capacity is in existence before any occupation is allowed. So I wonder, did Anglia Water give any timescale assurances in their pre-planning report?
Chair, through you, I'll answer that question, because I've had an opportunity to go back and have a look at the original Anglian Water response. I think there is an omission in the recommendation in terms of a condition requiring a foul water scheme. Anglian Water have recommended one which looks at the phasing of development and provision of foul water drainage works relating to each phase. So my advice would be that we seek to append, when it comes to the recommendation, an additional condition to tackle that particular concern.
Okay. May I just come back on that? Yeah, so I think in general, that kind of condition is referred to as a Grampian condition, is that right? But there are various legal, what are legal ramifications around that?
So in general terms, a Grampian condition will control works that are outside of the applicant's land ownership. This would not be a Grampian condition as such, because actually there's an obligation for Anglian Water to make the necessary improvements. This condition is around the sufficiency of the connection to the network to ensure that the network can take the additional capacity coming from the development.
Could I further come back? My understanding was that the point of a Grampian condition was to sort of tie down the sequencing. In other words, the capacity has to be there before the extra effluent starts to flow, if you like.
So, Chair, my advice would be that because there is a duty through the Water Industry Act for Anglian Water to make sufficient capacity off site, that a Grampian condition would not be the appropriate mechanism in this place. It is simply a condition. I can read the condition that Anglian Water have recommended, if that helps. They have recommended a condition that says, prior to the construction above damp-proof course, a scheme for on-site foul water drainage works, including connection point and discharge rate, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Prior to the occupation of any phase, the foul water drainage works to that phase must have been carried out in complete accordance with the approved scheme. The reason for that is to prevent environmental and amenity problems arising from flooding. So that is not a Grampian condition. That is a condition that applies specifically to works within the applicant's control on site. Those improvements off site are Anglian Water's responsibility to undertake.
Thank you. So effectively, there could be no guarantee that the sewage treatment work is upgraded to cope with the extra capacity before.
There is a legal obligation placed on Anglian Water through the Water Industry Act to make sure that there is sufficient capacity.
Thank you.
Well, I think a clarification. Generally, this is a matter, therefore, which is covered by other legislation, which is therefore beyond not necessarily a planning issue. Thank you. Councillor Hanley, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I haven't missed something. We received on the table this morning an email from the NHS Property Services requesting that the full NHS contribution is paid on this side. I might have missed it, but have you covered that? And is that what we are planning to do?
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, no, this request was made as part of their consultation received back in March. It is certainly something we're considering, and that's what it is set out in planning obligations section of my committee report. We're currently in negotiations. The applicant accepts that a contribution will be required, but we're just negotiating the exact specifics of the heads of terms in terms of the financial value and the number of students it pertains to. There's a discrepancy.
Can I just come back quickly? Local residents will be very alarmed if the NHS concerns are not fully addressed, and I think we need to be very aware of that. I'd like to be assured, actually, before we say yes, that the NHS's resources are, are properly met.
Thank you for your comment. I think the understanding, perhaps you could clarify, is that this will be a matter for discussion in the final determination of the heads of the section 106.
That's correct, yes.
So can we now move to the next bit? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. On that point, I agree with Councillor Handley, and I was going to ask, that's partly why I asked that question about the fellow sets, because it wasn't clear to me whether that meant a reduction in the number of students on site, or because this is outline, it's actually not entirely clear what is actually being planned, the numbers, the quantum, the footprint. By necessity, it's outlined, but I would like to be sure that if, in fact, the number of students, see, on the second page of David Park's letter, he says, the planning application is resulting in a net uplift on this specific site of 400 units, which require mitigation to be provided at the local GP surgery. Now, if that uplift of 400 units is indeed correct, then we need to be sure that we're going to be able to require the developer to make a contribution that's going to mitigate that impact on the healthcare provision in this area. So I'd like to be sure that we have clarification on that at some point.
Thank you. Have you any comments on that, or?
So I have discussed this as part of the committee report. As set out in the overarching intentions of the master plan is to bring a number of the existing students onto the site, and this includes about 150 students that are currently being accommodated at Swiles Court in Eddington, and there's a table on in the committee report, paragraph 3.2, which sets out so this is an area of discrepancy between the applicant and the NHS as to how much additional growth there is going to be. So in lieu of returning the rooms, the individual rooms to fellow sets, that would result in a net short reduction on site of existing by 70 rooms. The demolition of 53 to 55 Girton Road would also be a net loss of 8 rooms on site. Returning rooms to fellow offices would also result in a net loss of 10 rooms that currently exist on site. So that in total, just for the on-site rooms being returned to fellow sets and demolished, would result in an on-site net loss. So I think from the university's perspective, they don't consider there to be a full 400 net increase of additional rooms on site because some would be lost. They also of the position that their existing college students that are being housed off-site form part of their existing student numbers. So 290 of the proposed 405 bedrooms are existing students on site, and the college has an obligation to ensure that all students are registered with the local health practice. So this is why there's still an element of discrepancy around the numbers with the NHS. But the assurances I'm trying to give you is that we recognise that a contribution will be made. It's just about finding which meets the SIL 122 tests and would be reasonable in appropriate scale and kind to the impact of the proposed development on the local GP services.
Toby, have you any comment?
Yeah, thank you. It is quite a complicated picture, and I think probably rather than an exchange of correspondence between the applicants and the NHS, we probably need to convene a meeting, because the other aspects that we need to consider is whether and at what point capacity at Eddington might come online, and whether students arising from this development would be eligible to access that facility as well. But you can be sure
The health facility.
the health facility at Eddington, yeah. So there are a number of factors that we need to consider as officers. Obviously, this letter's come in very late in the day, and that's why we're asking for delegated authority to settle the matter post-committee.
You would also consider other facilities, because Huntingdon Road Surgery is rather a long way away from Girton. There may well be other facilities, for instance, even in Girton. I don't know what the position is in Girton. So I presume you'll be considering that as well.
That will be one of the factors that we'll be looking at, Chair, yes.
Okay. Now we come on to the other public speakers. Thank you very much for your comments. We have one speaker speaking for the objectors. Can I call on Dr. Jake Grimmett to speak? Do you know the procedure? Yeah. You're given 3 minutes. All the other speakers, public speakers, are given 3 minutes to present your point. So it's worthwhile trying to summarise carefully on matters of material matters. Thanks very much indeed. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Jake Grimmett. My family and I live at 56 Girton Road, which is directly across the road from the small pedestrian entrance that leads through the woods to Girton College. Our single objection to is that this pedestrian entrance is being turned into a new service vehicle entrance. Its intended use, and I think I'm right here when I quote the application, is for vehicles delivering to the grounds, building maintenance yard and the kitchens. This was shown on drawing 11 as the northern entrance. The new entrance is clearly designed for large, potentially articulated vehicles, having a 6-metre wide carriageway and 6-metre wide exit radius. Our objections are due to the following. We feel the entrance will increase the noise levels in our house. Vehicles accelerating out of the entrance will produce noise, as will lorries braking to turn into the entrance. The entrance will increase the pollution in our house. Vehicles will stand there idling at the junction, and due to the poor visibility on this quite narrow curving road, we'll need to accelerate hard to join the 30-mile-per-hour traffic flow, and they'll do this directly in front of our house. Vehicles waiting at the new junction will shine their headlights directly into the 3-bedroom sitting room and dining room at the front of our house, disrupting our evenings and early mornings. The entrance will also invade the privacy of our house, as drivers and passengers in vehicles waiting at the new junction will, when looking ahead, see straight into our house. Girton Road is already difficult to cross during the rush hour. This new entrance will be almost opposite Thornton Road, which is a rat run to Huntingdon Road. This will decrease safety further, which I find worrying as a parent with a 3-year-old child. At the very least, we will need to spend a lot longer waiting by the side of the road to cross. This is all made worse by the traffic the entrance is intended for. The application is clear that this will include deliveries to the kitchens, laundry collections, and other traffic such as ground maintenance, presumably tractors, etc. Much of this will be early in the morning, increasing disruption. We, personally, have no objection to the college expanding, but if they need a new access road, could they not use the Grange Road exit that is located on the other side of the college? This existing vehicle entrance leads onto Huntingdon Road and would not impact a residential area. It should give them much easier access to central Cambridge, the A14 and the M11. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Have we any questions from councillors to the... So if you would, to solicit questions. Thank you very much indeed. Now we come to the agent for the developer, James Anderson, with John Gant, and apparently it's online.
Thank you, Chair. This is James Anderson speaking. I'm the bursar of Girton College. I hope you can all hear me. I'll be very brief, and then John will respond, particularly with regard to the northern site access. Just two major points from me. Clearly, what we bring before you is virtually identical to the approval, to the master plan, which was previously approved. COVID was the sole reason that we are bringing this back. We had got a project team in place and starting work just before the pandemic struck. As a result of COVID, we were unable to do the level of in-person meetings and discussions required for an enterprise of this scale. And moreover, we were also uncertain as to the financial impact of COVID on the college. So it would have been imprudent for us internally to proceed at that time. So that is why we're coming back now with a plan which is very substantially unchanged. We are already moving on consultations internally as to the specifics, and we are hopeful of getting to an architects competition later this year. So there is work in progress, and we're very excited about taking this forward should we be granted permission to do so. The last point from me is that sustainability is at the heart of this project and our wider thinking about our site. We're aware of the unique nature of Girton's site relative to other Cambridge colleges and in relation to the village, where we try to be good neighbours to those around us. So the desire to be sort of passive house standard has been mentioned. We're very focused on biodiversity in our grounds, and we want to build something which is beautiful, which harmonises with the existing Waterhouse buildings, and which will stand the test of time. That's very much our intention, and I wanted to reassure the council of that. John, I'll just hand over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to respond to the issues raised by Dr. Grimmett concerning the new access onto Girton Road, and hopefully this will provide some reassurance. The access intended to focus service vehicles to a point closest to the kitchens and maintenance facilities. Thus, the Girton Road, the Grange Road access wouldn't really work for us in that respect. It wouldn't add any vehicle movements to Girton Road, but we're actually diverting traffic from one access point, the Mayor's Run car park access, to the new proposed access. The delivery vehicles using that access point will be a variety of transit-sized panel vans, small trucks, the largest vehicle being the bin lorry. There's certainly no articulated lorries, and we only have one tractor, which isn't road registered, so that won't be using the access. We anticipate, in terms of quantum of vehicle movements, possibly 5 to 10 visits to the kitchen per day from suppliers and contractors. Maintenance, 2 to 3 deliveries a day, plus whatever maintenance contractors we have on site, and a possible maximum of 20 vehicles.
Can you please finish shortly, because it's
yes, I will do. Deliveries are generally between 8 o'clock in the morning and early afternoon. In terms of why the access is offset and opposite the correspondence property, this is based on, I'm saying, good practice in terms of not having the junctions opposite each other, and it was agreed by Highways during the initial consultations. It's 6 metres wide to safely facilitate vehicles accessing and exiting the junction at the same time to avoid idling on the road. And in terms of the sort of noise and visual disruption, we don't consider that the amount of traffic using that junction will have any noise impact above the traffic already on the road. And with regard to the light disruption, most of it will be during the working hours, not in the
Thank you
evening.
very much indeed. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, have we any questions from councillors? Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask whether you envisage deliveries just during weekdays or at weekends as well.
The deliveries primarily during working hours when the kitchens and the maintenance departments are operational, and unlikely to be anything at weekends.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, returning to the capacity to take extra sewage at the Uttons Grove water treatment plant, we've heard, I don't know whether the Bursar, Mr. Anderson, were you able to listen in earlier to the officer's commentary on that? Effectively, there is an obligation on Anglian Water to make the required investment to the water treatment plant. But I mean, the situation we have locally and nationally really evidences that in the past has not always been the case, and that's really the explanation for unlicensed overflows into the rivers, which I'm sure the college would not want to be associated with. Perhaps you could confirm that, but I mean, would the college take upon itself an undertaking not to occupy those rooms until that sewage treatment plant has been upgraded to take the extra capacity?
Look, I mean, firstly, to reassure the council that it is absolutely not our intention to take any steps which will further risk sewage overflow incidents. It's hard to answer without further consultation with Anglian Water, save to say that we would expect to be working closely with them throughout the planning of the phasing of our development. We would want to be equally reassured that the capacity was in place to deal with the dirty water and sewage generated by whatever we built. So, I mean, I can reassure you that we take that obligation very seriously as residents of Girton. And if I might add, by the way, also reassurance that we would absolutely not wish to shortchange the NHS to any degree in terms of the of any additional capacity. I heard that discussion. It's simply a matter of ensuring there is clear agreement as to what that capacity is taken on a net basis.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to just note now that Councillor Hezell-Williams has arrived. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Chair. Apologies for being late. My daughter's had a bit of an accident, so I've had to be at the school. I represent the Maldens Ward.
I now propose to call upon the local member, Councillor Stobart, but following that, I will plan to have a short break, a comfort break, and then we'll come back for the debate. Councillor Stobart.
Chair, thank you. Could you confirm just how long I've got?
It will be 3 minutes, Councillor.
Okay, let me do my best. So, Chair, members of the committee and officers, thank you for the presentation, the questions so far. They're all quite relevant. I'd just like to start by saying that the local members, so that's Councillor Garvin and myself, both support the application. And we have a few reservations and comments to make, which are corroborating some of the things that have been said. So first of all, this is a kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to improve, if you will, or make a Cambridge college fitter to serve its purpose. So it's exciting, and it's also good to hear from the college that this will be an exemplar development. So from the point of view of energy, and I hope also for water consumption, it will demonstrate some of the best techniques and architectural standards. I'd like to ask that those interactions with urban design and anything that can improve or deliver an excellent architectural outcome would be most welcome. Now, I'm just going to comment briefly on the notion of community, which in fact is fundamental to why the college is coming back together again. So both Wolfson Court historically and Swirls Court presently have not worked so well for Girton, and Girton has had that sense of community. It's somewhat remote from the town, and until quite recently, students were travelling to town almost in convoy from the point of view of safety, and to get colleagues and friends to their 9 o'clock lectures in the middle of winter, that kind of thing. So community is important, and that explains this coming together, and I think that's a vital kind of dynamic which this development would continue to support. Just very briefly on the surgery, yes, the surgery is under pressure. Even Girton residents find that the surgery access is difficult, and so I would like the committee to explore that in more detail, but noting that both Darwin Green and Eddington health centres are still without tenants. So the issue is getting tenants for the health centres. The population, proposed new population here is going to be quite young and fit, and so won't impose some of the pressures that are seen elsewhere. Now, I would like to dwell on something that's of particular concern, and the first speaker highlighted it, which is Girton Road. Now, what we're doing is introducing a new junction onto Girton Road, and we've got to remember, and I as member can comment on this, that in fact, although the 2016 proposal kind of is more or less being re-implemented, the circumstances have changed. So Eddington is coming on stream, Darwin Green is creating a pull. And so we could, for example, say, well, Girton Road is going to be carrying a lot more, if you will, active travel traffic. So what is the best route to get from Darwin Green 2 and 3 to West Cambridge? Well, it's going to be going down Girton Road. And Girton Road is actually being made more attractive by a recently announced county council development, an improved crossing just at the end of Girton Road before the Huntingdon Road junction, which will tend to drive up the demand for that route. So we're putting in place 2 T-junctions, and I would ask that the committee considers those T-junctions from the point of view of safety. One is almost adjacent to Thornton Road, and I would agree with the first speaker that creates a somewhat toxic mix. Thornton Road is a rat run onto Huntingdon Road from the north. And so combine that with the traffic to the University Primary School from this part of Girton, and we begin to have quite a dangerous situation.
Can I ask you to
I'm just going to wrap up with two comments, Chair. Forgive me. So what we would like to see as local members, and I think the Parish Council would be in support, is a cycle path. And for those 2 junctions to be well designed according to LTN 120. Point to note is this is likely to be 20-mile-an-hour limit. The Parish Council has applied. My very final point, I'd like to think that Girton students, both undergraduate, postgraduate, will be involved in the consultation about what constitutes this environment, and in due course we'd be very interested to know how that consultation process goes. So thank you everyone. Sorry, I exceeded my time. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, have we got any questions for Councillor Stobart?
No, sorry, I'm just pointing out that since he was speaking for 2 local members, I really wanted to hear what he had to say, even if it took 4 or 5 minutes. I thought that was fair.
Williams.
I might give Councillor Stobart the chance to go over some other points again. I was just wondering if Councillor Stobart, if you could just clarify for me your comments about Girton Road. Okay. So are you asking us to attach a condition to this application or not?
Yes, the mechanism is probably not completely clear, but we could see an end result, which is, I would say, given that likely increase in active travel intensity, is one day a cycle path, a cycle way, if you will, on that southern side of Girton Road that would take us all the way up to the roundabout for Wellbrook Way. And that would require at this stage for those junctions to be engineered appropriately so that they could take that cycle path. And certainly at the junctions, those special provisions, they're listed in LTN 120, that would, in a sense, pause the drivers at the junction to look out for cyclists. The visibility is not great at either of the two locations. And so that break, you know, be it a raised table or be it, you know, a graded kind of give-way approach as listed in the standard, either of those would be excellent. But I would just ask the committee to be thinking about another interaction with county highways on the safety, and particularly given that proximity with Thornton Road, and then the parish council's long-term wish to have a cycle way all the way along from Girton Corner up to the Wellbrook Way roundabout. Is that clear?
Councillor Bradnam, did you still wish to make a point?
Sorry, I was just frantically trying to find out whether we could allow Councillor Stobart a little more time. But the way to answer that is to ask him a question, so that's what I'm going to do. I just wanted to understand, is it your view, Councillor Stobart, sorry, from your understanding, it seems to me there are no objections that I can see in the papers to the quantum of development at Girton College. There is one reference to the overbearing nature of the buildings on the properties on the other side of Girton Road, but I just wondered if you had any understanding locally about whether people are concerned about that.
So, Councillor Bradnam, the answer is yes, there is concern, and residents along Girton Road have expressed those concerns. Now, more generally, I think, and just touching on this topic of the green belt, yes, I appreciate the issues around that, but the idea that the Girton College site would still be a buffer between the village and Eddington, so it will still fulfil that kind of fundamental role of Greenbelt. Now, to your specific point, Councillor Bradnam, yes, it is an issue. But I think the officer pointed out in that series of photographs that the vegetation, there are tall trees, and so I think as a committee you should reflect on, you know, do the tall trees actually, you know, cover those properties, and would there be any you know, change as a result of the buildings? Would there be more shadows that the trees themselves wouldn't create? So I think it's quite a subtle point, even for the residents of Girton Road. The greater issue is the interactions that will take place at those junctions in traffic terms. But I think in view and in the feeling, not so great, but be sure that the trees will actually shroud the buildings appropriately.
One further item, if I may. Can I just ask, there is an indication that the public, members of the public, are entitled to dog walk around the site or walk around the site. I mean, I just wondered, do you have a feeling for whether that's well used?
Yes, it is well used, and the facilities are excellent. You know, the park is clearly the path is clearly marked, and I was visiting a little while back in March, Sunday afternoon. A lot of people out. They come and use the car park, and they can go and walk around and just enjoy the environment. Ramblers Association, I understand, in their feedback, were very very enthusiastic and supportive. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Councillor Rippeth, do you still have another question? Yes.
Yeah. So back on sort of access and rat running, etc. You said that Thornton Road is used as a rat run, and I just wanted to kind of ascertain from you a bit more detail, because you were trying to describe it in your little speech to us. Do you think the new proposed access arrangements is an issue? Like currently, you were talking about improvements that were hopefully on their way, and also promoting other forms of transport, i.e. outside of the car. But do you think it's an issue in the current situation? And do you also think that the rat running on Thornton Road is an issue with the impact on this proposal?
You could say, describe the background as being an increasing amount of active travel using Girton Road. And on that kind of southwestern side of the road, on the left-hand side of the road going into the village, a lot of people using the road, cyclists using the road. It's quite narrow, 30 miles an hour. It's quite a tricky transition, and that flow of active travel will increase. You know, the developments will just make it happen, and the fact that West Cambridge is at one end, and there are big communities developing, Darwin Green, Orchard Park was already there, but this lies right on the route. Even the access to Darwin Green too is through Wellbrook Way, which I've just mentioned earlier, and that would become a desire line, I think, for people going from Darwin Green to towards Eddington and West Cambridge. So there's, if you will, a kind of slow and steady growth. Now, the rat running through the Thorntons is a long-running issue. There will be a 20-mile-an-hour limit, we hope, imposed on the whole Thornton area. That might have a little effect, but I think it's the complexity of the junction. So it's somewhat high-speed traffic, you know, turning into Thornton Road, just opposite the proposed new junction. So that suggests that that will be a complicated junction simply from motorised traffic. And let's say between the hours of 8 and 9:30, you know, it could be particularly complex. But that could be a time of an accident, particularly on a winter's morning. So I think we have a current situation which the junction would exacerbate, and a long-running drift upwards in the number of active travel users who would be involved in passing through those junctions.
Thank you. That's really clear now. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, now I will... oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think you mentioned that in relation to the health centre, that the population of the college is younger and fitter than the general population. Now, in my own ward, I'm a member of the patient participation group, and we've been actually told that post-COVID, there's been greater demand on the practice from the younger people who may not normally have been asking for appointments since COVID. There are more people more worried about their health. And also, with a younger population, it may not be physical ailments, but there may be other, with people sort of being away from home for the first time. So is there any evidence that the students at Girton make less demand on the Huntington Road surgery than perhaps a more general population? You may not be able to answer that, but it's something to think about.
Councillor Wilson, thank you for the comment. You're absolutely right, and you're more knowledgeable. I think post-COVID, and also with an acknowledged increase in mental illness in young people, that would suggest that in fact we've possibly got a different kind of an issue. There will be the sports injuries and the influenza outbreaks and so on. But actually, is there the capacity there in our local system to deal with mental health issues as well as the day-to-day stuff? So you raise an important point, and I think we hope the committee to look more deeply at the statistics around GP practice usage. And perhaps there's some examples of South Cambridge, perhaps, of the interaction of some of the other colleges with their local surgeries to get some idea of usage.
Thank you very much indeed. I think that's all the questions. I've now proposed to have a 10-minute break. So if we come back, say, at 11:52, so that we will start again. Thank you very much. Who would like to speak, first of all? Yeah? Yeah, please. Sorry, come on. Sorry.
Right, I feel, broadly speaking, that as we're told in the excellent officer report, that the college was established long before the green belt was a twinkle in somebody's eye. And so I feel that the argument that the officer has given us with regard to the green belt, I think there, whilst I'm anxious about the loss of that lovely green space, it is entirely within the bounds of the college grounds. And so I think on that balance, the greater benefits that will be experienced by the students of Girton College as a community are really important in this, because Girton, as we know, is separated from the rest of Cambridge City and the student body there. And so they need to be able to provide a really good college location and all the facilities on site, and they need to be able to provide a really nurturing environment for the students in that locality. And they're very fortunate to have a beautiful grounds, which to my reading and to my understanding of what's being proposed, certainly the wooded area, they're really doing their very best to reduce the impact of this long-term master plan on the wooded area of the site. I have to say, I have some reservations about the, not so much about, I think it's sad that that lovely piece of grass that when we went on the site visit was very much being used by the students for volleyball and, you know, just sitting out in the sunshine, but actually playing sports, which is, you tend to think of it as at the front of the college, but it's actually at the back between the college and Girton Road. I mean, that was very much being used by the students, and of course that won't be so available to them once these accommodation blocks are built. But I was pleased to see in the development for that the appearance of those blocks appeared in at least one of the diagrams to mimic the pitched roof with, oh gosh, I can't think what you call them, triangular bits that come out with windows, you know, not dormers. Well, the fenestration was broadly similar to what is present in the college buildings. But I was slightly concerned by the blocks on the plot A, which, and that's why I asked the question, if we were going to give approval for this, would that by definition require that accommodation to be provided in those blocks, because there wouldn't be enough space to deliver them as linear blocks like the rest of the college. But I appreciate that's a matter for later on, but I just don't want us to approve an up to 14,700 square metres without some cognizance of whether that is going to force a future application to build at high density in order to accommodate that on site. However, I'm sort of letting that rest in my mind for a bit. And I would have appreciated, which is a question Councillor Williams asked, Councillor Richard Williams asked, which was, what would this represent in terms of the current built footprint relative to the proposed new built footprint? Are we talking about, if we say the current footprint is 100%, are we talking about a development which will end up being 200%, you know, twice as much as what's there now, or will it be half as much again? I suspect it's more like twice as much, if not more. So I would kind of quite like that element to be covered, perhaps. The other things I was concerned about was the health provision, but I'm fairly satisfied that we leave that to the planning officer to, and I'll use these words advisedly, thrash out with the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Care Service. And also on the site visit, we looked at the proposed, the location of the proposed new northern access opposite Thornton Road. And I can understand the residents' concerns about that, but I actually don't think that is a reason to, I suspect the impact, I suspect there will be a lot of impact when it's being built, but I suspect that once that new entrance is built, it will not be as intrusive as the residents fear it might be. And I don't think that is a reason to refuse this planning application. So I haven't made my mind up yet, and I'll hear what everybody else has to say, but that's my views for the time being.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, Mr. Williams, did you have comments on that, or?
Chair, we can probably come back on the existing and proposed floor space. I'm just looking through the application documents to see if I can find that information, but I'll let you know when it's. You
also had a comment to make. I meant to ask you beforehand about the highways element.
Yeah, I mean, there were some general comments that we wanted to make regarding the suggested improvements to kind of Girton Road that had been made by parish council member. Those improvements had been considered by the county council as part of their consultation responses. The county council's advice was that it was not necessary to make any improvements to Girton Road, primarily because the main desire line and strong desire line for students at the college is along Huntington Road, where there is already very good cycle infrastructure provision, together with the fact that the application is taking students that are external to the site at Eddington and bringing them onto sites, so the applicants are actually internalising a lot of the trips that they may otherwise have made. So that the county council, you know, in their modelling advice and expert advice to us, have considered these points, not considered that actually any improvements are necessary in terms of Girton Road. Thanks.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I just wanted to make a few points by way of general debate. Just to pick up on what Councillor Bradnam just mentioned and what I mentioned earlier. The scale of the development does potentially, well, it does concern me. It's not the applicant's fault, but I think this is a part of the problem of outline applications in the Greenbelt. Greenbelt is very sensitive. Obviously, we have the balance that we have to undertake, but without actually knowing specifically what's being proposed, I think that makes that balance all the more difficult when we're weighing up, you know, significant harm versus other things. So that's not the applicant's fault, and obviously, you know, it's not something that would sway me in this, but I think it is a concern here. But as I say, the scale of development, I think, is an issue. I am obviously very concerned about what the NHS has said, and I think we've already dealt with that. But I think certainly I and I think other committee members as well would certainly like to give a very strong steer that is resolved in a way that the NHS providers are happy with, because I would be very reluctant to give permission if it did have a negative impact on NHS services, and I think what is said in the letter by Mr. Park is actually quite convincing. So I think those points do need to be addressed. Girton Road, I think we've just heard from the officer. I was going to mention that, but I think we just heard from the officer on that. I am also concerned about Utton's Drove. I know there's an obligation on Anglia Water to deal with what they get, but you know, this is adding further development onto somewhere. You know, Utton's Drove is what deals with Northstowe. It deals with a lot of the development that's going on. So I think that is something that certainly needs to be addressed. Obviously, the previous permission is as I mentioned before, a material and a very relevant consideration. So, again, I'll be interested to hear what other members say. As things stand, I think I would lean towards approval, but I'd be interested in what other members say.
Yeah, thank you. I won't say much because actually it's just been covered really, but I'm leaning towards approval because I think on balance this is a good application, and I know the green belt is a very important aspect to take into this, but there would be, I think, this is also about quality of life, isn't it? When you're in planning, you're trying to make things better for the people in that area and also for those students. I do think that would reduce the number of potential car journeys for the students that own a car, which sounds strange, but some of them do, by making sure that they live and they work basically on the site in the collegiate way, which is Cambridge University, isn't it? One of its selling points. And I've taken on board the points about the NHS, so yes, very strong steer, please, and also the problem that sometimes there is the money, but you can't get the doctors, which is not something we can really deal with, unfortunately. And yeah, the traffic issues, the safety, the access, but I do think that has been covered. So I am very much leaning towards approval.
Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. Someone who worked on Huntingdon Road for over 30 years, I often wondered why Girton Road wasn't more cycle-friendly than it is. I mean, even now, it's, yeah. Anyway, that's just a by the way. So, you know, we've got, it's a city of cycles, always has been, and it's gonna just get, active travel is just going to increase. I hope the County Council listen, honestly. I think we've already had quite a bit of debate actually through the following the speaker questions. Yeah, NHS. We just got to bear in mind that there will be backfill. If people move from Eddington to this new campus, people will come in who will need NHS care. So we mustn't forget that. But I do take the point that there's an Eddington clinic that could come along as that is improved. So, yeah, just like everyone else, I hope that the NHS discussions between NHS and the applicant are fruitful, and and we get a good deal, and that's reassuring to the people of Girton. On the service access, I understand why residents will be concerned. I'm willing to accept the reassurance that movements will be reasonable and at reasonable times. So my feeling is that I'm happy to, I am, unless I hear something devastating in the next 5 minutes, I will be happy to accept the officer recommendations.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering why we went down a rabbit hole with regard to highways, but I think Toby Williams has put my mind at rest that as this application is a self-contained site and most of the customers will be on site, it's not particularly relevant. I do recognise the local residents' concern about the use of the proposed new access. I'm just wondering if we could condition that the access is only used between, say, 9 and 4 outside rush hours to minimise the chances of accidents. I defer to officers on that. Otherwise, +1 regarding the NHS, as Councillor Rippeth said, we can provide all the money in the world to create new buildings, but if there aren't the doctors, nurses to staff the facility, it could be a blocker, but at this point I'm minded to approve the application.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also sort of tend towards approving, because I think it's a very big site, having been on the site visit. So I think it can accommodate the proposed development, and I do accept, that in order to have a fulfilling collegiate life, we really need to have, particularly for this college, being so remote, you really need to have all the students on the same site. Well, that would be the ideal. I know that doesn't apply always, but the nearer you can get to that, I think. So I'm tending to prove I'm still concerned about this sewage issue, and the reason for that is it hasn't often happened in the past that we've had a consultation response from Anglian Water where they've said so explicitly that there isn't the capacity to take the sewage outflow, and I wouldn't want to be part of continuing the situation, which is obviously the one that has prevailed in the past, where water companies are very vague. They don't put the resources into actually monitoring or evaluating what their flow to full treatment capacities are. And that's part of a sort of institutional sweep it under the carpet and don't bother to invest. So I think having listened to the officer advice on if a Grampian condition isn't possible, and then having listened to what the bursar said, and their college intention to work with Anglian Water to ensure that capacity is available before there's any occupation. I wonder, is it possible for us to have at least some kind of advisory in here which embodies the intention to work very closely with Anglian Water to achieve that end? Because otherwise I think we're just kind of almost complicit in perpetuating a failed system in which Anglian Water are obliged to wave these things through. They legally have to, but the other side of that coin should be that they are building ahead of need, which they plainly have not been. We're not saying that's particularly true of Anglian Water, but the industry as a whole has not been investing ahead of need. And I would like to see something written down here that expresses that kind of firm commitment and intention to work with Anglian Water to make sure that that is put in place. I mean, I just looked at our planning website. I can't see any planning permissions for the upgrade of that treatment plant, and that's quite a major undertaking in its own right, I would have thought. So I know this is only an outline permission, and it has a lifetime of 6 years, but as soon as that results in earth being dug, I would think, already the same thing has to be happening at the treatment plant, otherwise it won't be online in time to cope with the new effluent from this development. So can we have something written down to sort of express that commitment, or not commitment maybe, but intention?
Can you give us a...
Chair, through you, I think that would be perfectly reasonable to place an informative on the...
Sorry, Chair, the reason, forgive me, the reason I was going to say is surely we are entitled to just request a condition for a design for foul water, because the current condition 12 is only to do with surface water. Can we not just require a condition for a design for foul water treatment?
Can you advise on that? The question, I don't think we could include a requirement to provide foul water treatment on site, could we really? Because there's an obligation to accept.
Chair, if I can just help in this space. So I advised during the earlier debate that as part of the recommendation, officers would be pending an additional foul water condition as part of the recommendation. I read out the condition that Anglian Water recommended, and that controls the links in terms of the foul water links to the network on site. It wouldn't be reasonable to append a condition to control off-site works, because the applicant is not in control of those works, and Anglian Water have the legal responsibility to ensure that there is sufficient capacity. But of course, there is also, if members are willing, I see no issue at all with an informative regarding the Anglian Water advice more generally around capacity, encouraging a commitment to work with Anglian Water by the applicants.
Clarity, can I just clarify, are we saying yes, there'll be a condition for foul water added to the conditions, but in addition, there'll be an informative asking for working together towards what? Some reassurance that works will be done at Utton's Drove to make sure there's capacity.
Chair, that's exactly what I've just said.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So I've come after a long line of people who've made similar comments to what I was going to make. On the green belt, I wasn't able to attend the site visit, but I do know the site very well, and it is very green and verdant, and I trust that those larger, more mature trees are all going to be retained to keep that greenery. I have two concerns. One is about the healthcare provision, and we've had assurances that these will take place, discussions at the point of the reserved matters or section 106, and I hope that does answer the concerns of the Integrated Care Board. My other concern is the points raised by the residents about the new access road, and I'm very conscious that there are some things that if we don't include them at the outline permission stage, we've then lost the opportunity to do it at the reserved matters stage. And I too would ask that there is a condition on the times of early morning and evening delivery times for deliveries to the kitchens or wherever, so that some of the fears of the resident can be allayed.
Mr. Williams, is that a feasible condition?
Yes, Chair. Indeed, I see no reason why an additional condition could not be placed on the outline permission to control delivery hours. I would ask that the precise hours themselves are left for officers to negotiate to ensure that they're reasonable.
Councillor Handley.
Thank you. I think we've all spoken now. I think we've all got similar reservations, but I think we've had a good thrash. Unless someone's got something completely fresh to say, I would propose that we move to a vote.
Do we need... Councillor Bradnam, briefly.
I wouldn't support a restriction on delivery hours, because I think, if you think about it, it's catering and it's laundry, and these are classically done early in the morning and usually early in the day. They wouldn't be late in the evening, and I don't think it would be reasonable to restrict that. So others may wish for that, but I wouldn't.
Do we? Councillor Fane.
I'd like to second Councillor Handley's motion, but if I may speak briefly to it before I do so. I mean, I'm conscious of the fact that there was a previous application which was still in place at the time this application was submitted. I think Councillor Bradnam was the only one of us who was involved in the approval of that. I note that some of the tree removal that was proposed at that stage has now been rescinded. There will be no tree removal, and of course those trees have grown since. It's a very well protected, very green site, and it's quite clear from what Mr. Anderson said that the trustees, the board are very well aware of that and very determined to protect the green nature of that site. It is, of course, just in outline. Some of the matters we've discussed have been rather more appropriate for the, I would suggest, for the stages that will follow. I haven't heard anyone speak other than in broad support of this. Some concerns about conditions which I think have been taken on board by officers, and I would suggest in terms that can be handled. I agree with what Councillor Bradnam said about being careful not to restrict the hours of operation too much for service functions. I think that would be unreasonable. I think the key question, which maybe we haven't sufficiently addressed, is that this is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, and the question is, have those very special circumstances, which were outlined very clearly by the case officer, do they outweigh the potential harm? And without going into the detail, I'm satisfied in the light of the discussion we've had, the briefings we've received, that they do. I think the other matters, transport, the access hours, the detailed negotiations with the NHS on Section 106, all of those can be dealt with at a later stage. As I say, I've heard nobody oppose this in principle. I'm very influenced by the comments of the local member, and I noticed that the parish council and the local members were in support of this. I do note that the previous local member had objected, but I think Councillor Bygot's objections have been dealt with in the briefings that we've had. They've been taken on board. So in the light of that, I'm very keen that we proceed to a vote and that we should approve this application.
We normally look at reasons for refusal, but I think I don't think there's need in this situation. So can we proceed to a vote?
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, have a second.
Sorry.
We need a seconder to.
Through you.
Sorry.
Have we formally, I note Councillor Hanley's proposal was to move to a vote, but I haven't heard the proposed vote or it's seconded.
I second.
Yes, Councillor Fane seconded. Councillor Hanley.
Councillor Hanley asked to vote. He didn't say how he was going to vote. There was no proposal.
Okay.
Yes, I propose we go to a vote, and the vote should be that we accept the officer's recommendations.
And that is the motion. That is the motion that I was seconding.
Can we do this by affirmation? Yeah. No.
Chair, if you may, could I get some clarity on exactly what we're voting on here, because it sounds like we are amending conditions and informatives.
There are conditions that we've required for addition. So one of them was relating to the negotiation between the officers and the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Health Service with regard to healthcare provision. That was delegated to the officers. The second was Toby Williams confirmed that there would be an additional condition for foul water. And we've also agreed that there will be an additional informative
Excuse me, Councillor. I mean, ordinarily, I would do this as the lead officer, so I was prepared to do that. So the recommendation is set out on page 54 of the officer report. That is to approve the application, subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, subject to the satisfactory completion of the Section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms as set out, with minor amendments to those heads as set out delegated to officers, the precise quantum of the contribution towards the NHS to be delegated to officers, subject to the Secretary of State confirming the application is not to be called in for his consideration, the amendment of condition 2, which is set out on the update report, which includes the replacement of 8 years with 9 years, an additional foul water condition, an additional hours of use of the new access condition from Girton Road.
So if I may, it seems like we still have some uncertainty around the hours condition. It doesn't seem to me like the committee is in full agreement.
No, I think. Yes,
I'll complete, Chair. I mean, you may want to take a separate vote on that condition. And then an informative regarding the Anglian Water advice and the need for the applicants to work with Anglian Water. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Whitworth.
I wondered if that were covered by Toby Williams. You did say that you would decide, it would be delegated, that you decide what reasonable hours are. So I'm assuming you could decide that was the same, unless obviously a committee really decides they want to vote on it.
Can I have some indication whether...
As I recall, Chair, in the officer report, there is an indication given by the case officer of when the hours in which deliveries would likely be received, I think. And I can't remember where I saw it, but probably if I'm searching on... I remember thinking that the hours that were proposed seemed reasonable to me. And I think it was 8 until 4 or something like that. But if not, I wouldn't suggest any amendment to that.
The current situation suggested was that we delegated. Is there any member here who wouldn't disagree with that? No, that's...
Or abstain. Or abstain.
Or abstain on the basis of that.
I would abstain.
You abstain? Okay. Well,
I suggest you take a minute from me.
A time limit.
Limit on the condition.
This is a vote on the condition, yes?
Councillor...
Toby,
Can we just find in the papers where the times that Councillor Bradman was referring to before we make this decision?
I think we need to determine whether we have a condition restricting the deciding the hours, or whether we delegate it to the officers. There seems to be some uncertainty about this, so I would like some advice from members on that. We need a proposal, I think, if we're going to have a vote on it. Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy for this to be delegated to officers as long as there is something that is reasonable, that meets the concerns of the resident who spoke.
Councillor William.
I would be happy to second that proposal, that we have a condition delegating this to officers.
Okay. If you're pressing green, you're voting that the matter be delegated to officers. If you're voting otherwise, if you're voting against, you're voting that we define it in a condition. Okay, so the matter is delegated to officers. Now, can we have an outstanding approval to put the matter to the vote? Can we have a vote on the approval? Now, if you're voting green, you're approving the recommendation, which is that the matter be approved with the conditions outlined by the officers. And if you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application. Yeah. No, we're not. We've got 9. Okay.
That's everybody, Chair.
Okay. Okay, the application is approved by 9 votes to and 1 abstention. Now we move on to the next application, which is Item 6, 24 West Street, Comberton. Can the officer, Charlotte Spencer, please speak on this application? Welcome.
Hi.
You're
Good
online.
afternoon, Chair. Just share my screen. Okay, can you just confirm you can hear me okay, and you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see
yes,
you,
we can.
Charlotte, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is an application at 24 West Street in Comberton for replacement of an existing outbuilding with a 3-bay single-storey garage with mono-pitched low-profile roof. It's in front of committee as the applicant is a member of staff, and it was deferred from the main committee to allow time for a member site visit. Just to clarify the update, which was also added to an amendment sheet, and that is the rewording of reason for refusal number 2 to remove reference to number 18 West Street. So the refusal reason only refers to the detrimental impact on number 14 West Street. So the application relates to a 2-storey detached dwelling house located to the north of West Street. It's set back from the road by over 17 metres of hard standing and soft landscaping. The application site lies within the Comberton Development Framework and Conservation Area, and it is adjacent to Grade 2 listed buildings at numbers 14 and 18 West Street here. So the proposals involve the demolition of an existing outbuilding and the erection of a 3-bay single-storey garage. The proposed garage will be located to the front of the existing dwelling, approximately 1.5 metres from the boundaries with numbers 14 and 18 West Street, and approximately 3.2 metres from the front boundary. The site plan does show a new gate to the front, however this does not form part of the application as it's considered to be permitted development. So the proposed plans here, the garage would have a width of 10 metres and a depth of 6 metres, be characterised by a mono-pitched roof with a maximum of 3 metres at the front, and the height of the garage at the back would be 2.5 metres. Okay, just to clarify the site history, so in 2021, the Planning Committee granted a certificate of lawfulness for a concrete base for the siting of a caravan, a 2-metre high gates and boundary fence, and installation of gravel parking area. Members are advised that this certificate of lawful development only confirms that a concrete base can be constructed and not the caravan itself. The siting of a caravan on the land is not operational development and therefore does not require planning permission. Elevations, as shown here, were only submitted to demonstrate that it did fall under the definition of a caravan. As a caravan is movable, this is materially different to the erection of a building, and as such, the placing of a caravan on the land is not considered to provide a credible fallback position which carries material weight when assessing the proposal for a building. So the material considerations are the design, layout and scale, the impact on heritage assets and residential amenity. The parish have objected and 2 neighbour representations in objection have been received. Officers would also like to highlight that the example of a similar garage at number 17 West Street, used by the applicant in the previous committee, does not have planning permission, and this is now with our compliance team. Officers recommend refusal as per the refusal reasons laid out within the report, subject to the amendments as per the amendment sheet and as mentioned within this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, have we any questions from members? Points of clarification. Councillor Brandon.
So, thank you, Ms Spencer. I wanted to understand, my understanding is that the window in 18 West Street that would be obscured is being excluded because it's a downstairs toilet. And so it doesn't, you wouldn't normally expect that to have an outlook anyway, but it still accepts light from the outside world. And I just wanted to question whether that's, from my point of view, I just wanted to understand whether the loss of light to that window, even though it's not an outlooking one, would weigh in the balance.
As it's a bathroom, and so we do not consider it to be a habitable room, very little weight can be given to the impact on light to that window.
So to clarify, we don't put any weight on the loss of light?
To a non-habitable room, no.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, I was on the site visit, and it did strike me that with only 1.5 metres between someone's window and the wall,
Sorry, have you got a question for the?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. I beg your pardon. I'm
debate.
ahead of myself.
Have we any further questions? Okay, now the next speaker is the objector, Dr. Becker. I would remind you that we have 3 minutes. We're trying to keep to the 3 minutes for each speaker, and I will ask you to, if you reach 3 minutes, I will ask you to wrap up very rapidly, please.
Okay, well, thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your time. I try to keep it brief. I'll stick to 3 points, some general comments, our objection, and thirdly, maybe a path we could move forward that's okay for everyone. So first, general comment. As you've seen, there was a previous application where an even larger outbuilding was proposed that received some concerns, and that application was withdrawn. And we first want to acknowledge and thank our neighbors for, with this new application, making adjustments and proposing a smaller outbuilding, which is certainly better than the original proposal. Secondly, we also want to acknowledge and thank that we've been contacted prior to this application being submitted again, so our neighbors were with us and we had a chance to discuss it, and in particular it allowed us to voice our unfortunately continued reason for objection at that point, and that is primarily the loss of light in this downstairs room. However, I do want to respectfully reject the claim made in the previous meeting that we had somehow installed a desk in response to this application. I don't know, maybe this was a confusion. It's not the case. At the time of the application, the room was used as a bedroom for our youngest daughter. It presently is used as an occasional bedroom for us and guests. Generally, I would say that the room has served and will continue to serve varying purposes depending on our family's needs. Which brings me to our main concern. We are not concerned so much about the particular outlook. For those members who will have been there on Monday, you will have seen that there is a big caravan and a car outside already, which doesn't make for a particularly appealing outlook. But while not appealing, it does allow for a good amount of light to flood into the room, particularly in the afternoon. And with the proposed placement of the garage right in front of the window, we fear that we would permanently lose any natural light in that room. And therefore, we feel that this would have a generally detrimental impact on the character of our house and the usage options for this room in particular. Thirdly, this is our only point of objection, and we don't want to disagree with the application in principle. So while we do ask the members to reject the application as it stands, we feel that there is actually a fairly small change that could be made to it that would, from our perspective, at least be agreeable, and that would be to move the proposed building slightly inwards, slightly further away from the road, and swapping its location with where currently we have an oil tank. So I don't want to speak for my neighbor, obviously, but we brought this up and it seemed like this would at least be something worth entertaining. So I'd be grateful if you could consider that option. So that's all from my end. Thank you.
Have we any questions from councillors for Dr. Becker? Councillor Rippon.
Sorry if I've missed this, but the bedroom you referred to, so how far away is that? Because I understand that obviously the downstairs toilet is 1.5 metres and we can't put much weight on that with loss of light. But you said about the spare bedroom? Apologies if I missed it.
I think you're looking, we're talking about bedroom number 14, isn't it? 14. Bedroom number 18 is the one which has been withdrawn, which is the toilet. This is a separate room. But can you clarify that, please, Dr. Becker?
My comments are made under the assumption that the distance of 1.5 meters applies generally, in particular, to our downstairs window. So under that assumption, we fear that we will basically lose all natural light in this downstairs room.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Have we any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Becker. Now I would ask the applicant, Mr. Funge, to present for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The objections to this having changed, I've had to alter my presentation somewhat. It appears now that the development is acceptable in the conservation area. Certainly the conservation officer has said the design of the building is acceptable, as has the parish council. So it boils down to the fact that it's in front of this ground floor window of number 14. And I thank those that visited. Originally, in my submission, I asserted that it was a hallway with a staircase, and hopefully you've seen that. There was some talk of it being a study, and certainly when my wife went round and visited the neighbours with our plans in February, there was no desk in this hallway. The gentleman before me now asserts that it's used as an occasional bedroom. I would submit that it's not a habitable room, and then it shouldn't be given weight. The position of the proposal is sufficient to allow Dr. Becker to carry out maintenance to his house when necessary, and the outlook for him, he mentions light. The planning officer uses the term outlook, but the outlook from the window is totally within the control of number 24. At the moment, it's used to store a caravan and some hardcore dustbins, etc. So it's not great. The garage fits in. It's not going to be seen from the public view. The road, because of the screening, I can't really say a great deal more, really. It boils down to whether this is a habitable room or not. And I would assert that the size of it is such that certainly in modern planning, it wouldn't fit in with being a bedroom with the size.
Thank you. Have we any questions? I had a question. The two reasons actually presented by the officer to consider refusal included, one was the sense of enclosure, but the second one was the fact that while the garage is acceptable, it doesn't represent an improvement in the conservation area, and normally development is only acceptable, it's an improvement in the conservation area. Do you consider this provides an improvement?
I do. It replaces an existing decrepit wooden outbuilding and the caravan, which is, let me say, fairly old.
Are there? Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I wonder if I could ask the applicant, you mentioned screening. Did you mean the existing hedgerow there, or?
Yes, there is a 3.2 metre high yew hedge at the front of the plot, which screens the garden from the street view.
Okay,
I mean, if it would be helpful, I have got a couple of photographs that I can show you of the street view.
Yes. Well, yeah, I think it would be necessary because I was there on the site visit, but I suppose this did come up when we looked at this briefly last month, was it? A couple of weeks ago, but it did seem to me that whilst you could imagine that that did provide screening if you looked on a kind of elevation view, if you like, from the street, that, you know, there's quite a big kind of entrance to the site. So yeah, anyway, so there's no additional screening apart from the hedge, is what I was really asking.
No, there is. There will be gates.
Okay. Yeah.
Which are shown on the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bunge. I think there are some issues that we perhaps could get further advice from the planning officer regarding habitable room. This is the building that we're concerned about, in which the room is a very old building, and so I was wondering whether we could get some clarification upon the planning view regarding habitable room. Sorry.
Hi, so on my original report, it was referred to as a study, as that was what was on previous plans for number 14. And although unfortunately I couldn't make the site visit on Monday, I understand from Rebecca Smith there is a bed in there and it is used as a bedroom. We would consider a bedroom to be a habitable room, and so weight should be given to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to the debate. Councillor Bradman.
No, this is a question of clarification to an officer, if I may. So I just wanted to ask Ms. Spencer, can you, somebody mentioned that there was an update which said that the heritage aspect and the conservation aspect reservations had been withdrawn, and yet my concern was, does the conservation officer or the heritage officer still feel that the proximity of this building to a grade 2 listed building, is that still considered to be problematic in terms of its heritage asset? And the second thing was, this is not for the officer, but I will say it now because we've just been mentioning it. What I noted was that all the rooms in number 14 West Street are small. It is an old house, and I have in my own aunt's house seen a room like that being used as a bedroom. So I think it's not unreasonable that the family use the room in the way that's most convenient for them at the time, and they have children. So, but if we could have clarification on the heritage and conservation aspects, please.
Yeah, that concern still lies. That issue has not been withdrawn. Just to clarify, the conservation officer has no issue with the design of the garage in terms of being in the conservation area. The issue lies with its positioning in front, directly in front of the listed building, which in turn has a detrimental impact on the conservation area.
Thank you.
I hope that makes sense. Yeah.
Can I return to that, ask the question whether the requirement to improve the conservation area rather than detrimental is still a relevant issue, or whether just being acceptable is sufficient in terms of visual in terms of impact.
Can I come
How
back?
do you mean?
Yeah.
Chair, my observation was that the design of the building was deemed to be reasonable, but the proximity of that building to the existing heritage asset was still remained a problem.
Sorry, is this a comment? Is this a comment or is this a question? It's gone. Mine was still a question coming back because it was raised in the various points. Is initially there was a comment that within a conservation area, development had to improve the situation, not just be acceptable in design terms. Is that still an issue that you consider relevant and a material consideration?
Yeah, we still consider that refusal reason to stand.
Okay, for debate. Have we got, who wishes to open the debate?
Councillor Handy had a point he raised earlier. I might want to make that in the
Sorry.
debate now.
Do you wish to, we're into the debate. Would you like to make, do you want to comment?
Yes, I'm sorry I jumped the gun. I've got, it struck me that there was there's going to be a wall only 1.5 metre away from a room. Whether it's a habitable room or not, my inclination is to think that it's up to the owner of the house whether it's a habitable room or not. And it was demonstrated when we visited that there was a mattress there, made-up bed, which it may not be used. It may only be used occasionally, but it's a habitable room in my view. So we have to put. I think that the officer is correct, in my opinion, to put weight on that. The sense of enclosure were, I could imagine what it was going to be like looking out of that window with a wall just 1.5 metres away, extending, between 2 and 3 metres. In my opinion, it's unacceptable development. That's my view.
Have you got any other concerns?
Thank you, Chair.
Bradley.
Thank you. I feel that the current, as the objector has said, the occupant of number 14, and I'm sorry I've forgotten his name, but we met him yesterday. The room that's in question is being used, and I quite agree with Councillor Handley. It's entirely up to the owner how they use a room, and with a family, it's not unreasonable to use a small room for a small child, or indeed an older child. So my feeling is that is a habitable room. It would be awful to have a wall 1.5 metres away. And as he pointed out, the current usage allows light through between the items that are placed on the neighbouring plot. They allow light to the room. It's between a caravan and another item. I can't remember what it was, but so at present that room is benefiting from light, which would be blocked if this were built. I also am concerned, which is why I asked about the heritage issue, because I think it's one of the things we, I believe, are concerned about is not only the outlook to a historic building, but the outlook from a historic building. And it comes within the curtilage. It's outside the curtilage, but it's the setting of the Grade 2 listed buildings, and I think it would be unfortunate if this was allowed. So I have to say I'm minded to refuse on those grounds. The impact on the heritage asset and the impact of loss of light to the habitable room and the proximity of 1.5 metres.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. The neighbour who's objecting suggested that the impact on the room in his house could be mitigated by moving the proposed construction a short way away. But would that, I need to ask the planning officer, would that mitigate also the impact on the heritage asset, or would that still stand?
Can Ms. Spencer answer?
Hi, it would be difficult to confirm at this stage because we wouldn't know how far it would be moved away from the window. Because it's also, the listed building is number 14 and number 18, and that would have to be, it would have to go to conservation to get their input on that.
Sorry, Chair, if I may, through you, members, please keep in mind you are considering the application before you today and no other amendments to it.
I was going to ask, the point is that the fact that whether, to try to clarify that one couldn't include within the application any movements or change, and I think that's clear. So, okay, and re-emphasise that we're considering what is in front of us. Are there any other comments? Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation is to refuse on 2 grounds as set out on page 75. The first, as you have yourself mentioned, Chair, relates to the effect on the conservation area, and the planning officer has made clear that that objection still stands. The second relates to the proposed garage, by reason of its scale and proximity to the neighbouring properties, would have a detrimental impact on the outlook of the ground floor window, number 14, and we have established that that is currently a habitable room and is used as an occasional bedroom. It is quite clear to me, and I think Councillor Handley made this point from our visit, that what you have there is a window which has, unfortunately the dimensions are not marked on the plans submitted, but a height of just under 1.8 metres. 1.5 metres away from that window, there would be a wall of a garage which, again, the height is not mentioned, but is slightly below 3 metres in height. It is quite clear to me that the objection at paragraph 2 is sustained, and therefore we should refuse this application as recommended.
Does anybody have any other additional matters that they would consider if you were to refuse? So we can stick into this refusal. Are there additional issues that you feel? No,
I don't see that.
No, I thought that was the case. But okay, have we got any? Have we got? Sorry.
I'll second Councillor Fane's proposal to refuse.
That's fine. Okay. Can we? I think it'd be better if we have an electronic vote.
Can I just, sorry, Chair, can I just remind you that we need to make it clear what we're voting for here? That we are voting, if we vote, vote to approve.
If you're voting in favour, you're voting to refuse the application, and I've been confused on this before. If you're voting against, you're voting to approve it. So it's the previous, opposite way around from the previous one. So, okay. Sorry, thank you. That's, the application is therefore refused. It's now 1 o'clock, and I think we will break for half an hour for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30. Thanks so much. We all record it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We're now going to consider application 2205-065 from, sorry, no, beg your pardon. Wait a minute. We're now going to consider application 2205-065 for Ellsworth Avenue, the Avenue Business Park. So it's creation of a mixed-use hub with additional parking. Presenting officer is Tom Gray. Could you lead us through the application, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can you confirm everyone can hear me okay? Great. So the application is the creation of a mixed food hub and additional parking. The current units are, there's 9 office units on the site, and it's for the change of use of those office units. In terms of updates, there was an amendment sheet published yesterday afternoon. I refer members to that for slight changes to the report, in addition to some more representations from third parties. So the application is here, so Avenue Business Park. I'll show you a Google image. This is the Avenue Business Park, which is currently office units. In terms of the site constraints, the application is within the conservation area, it's noted by this pink line. There's some tree protection order statutory protection for trees along the access, and the development framework is located nearby to the north and to the east of the application site, noted by this black dashed line. So the current use is Class EG, so office use. It also has permission to change the use within that Class EG to research and development and industrial processes. However, it doesn't have, it needs planning consent to change to retail uses. So the proposal is to change the use of these units to a mixed-use food hub. So it includes retail, a sale of food and drink in the form of a cafe, industrial processes in terms of the food goods that are on site, and non-institutional education in terms of cookery classes and other classes that the occupiers are proposing to provide. The proposal comprises a number of different small businesses, including a butcher's, baker's, pasta maker, and so on. The proposal also aims to source goods initially from the local area as much as possible, whilst in the long term, goods be produced from surrounding farmland. The applicant owns quite substantial agricultural holding adjacent to the site, and the intention is to source goods from the pasture land to the east of the site, as well as the arable land to the west. And on our site visit, there was members were shown where that would be. So the proposed units would, as I say, comprise 9 units. Two of the units that are not part of the proposal, so Unit 1 and Unit 5, would remain as office use. The other units are subject of this application. So as you can see from this plan, the proposal is to change these uses to those specified, and to the south, additional parking is proposed to be provided. So in terms of the parking arrangement, there is a number of quite an extensive area of hard standing within the site already. So that would provide 20 spaces of parking for both employees and visitors, and an additional 24 parking spaces are proposed to the south of units 9 and 8 to provide additional parking for customers. So in terms of the parking provision, the transport assessment does compare that provision to other similar land uses such as the Gog and Gog farm and also the Ben's Yard, which is in East Cams. So in terms of the provision for parking is, and taking into account the floor space of this proposal, we consider it is an appropriate number of spaces. It also complies with TI3 in terms of the retail, in terms of the indicative provision for retail uses. So the parking would be permeable. It would be made out of a grasscrete grid system, and to minimise the visual impact on the surroundings, it's proposed to plant hedging and trees along the western boundary. So when people approach from the west and southwest of the site along Brockley Road, the visual impact is minimised. In terms of the other improvements that are proposed, so Highways have requested a footpath to be extended along Brockley Road into the village. This would provide a better sustainable access for residents to the food park, because at the moment it is just a grass verge. So here's the application site on a snowy January morning. So on the left-hand side, this is the area that I'm looking from the parking area, proposed parking area, towards units 8 and 9. And then on the east, the right-hand side even, again, looking towards the other units in the site, and you can see in the distance the area of hard standing. So in terms of the planning balance, in terms of it is a carefully balanced application, and there will inevitably be an increase in car movements as a result of more people travelling to the site. So it is estimated that there will be, whilst there be a reduction of movements at peak times compared to the office use, there would be an increase in daily traffic movements. There is no objection from the local highways authority on this. Also, there is a potential impact upon the Ellsworth Village shop, which is located within the village. It has looked at the retail impact assessment has looked at what they sell, and it is mostly convenience items rather than artisan craft goods. So it's considered as not a direct competition between the two facilities, as the proposal is for more artisan goods, and therefore there isn't the viability of this village shop would not be significantly impacted. In terms of the upside, in terms of the approval, it is considered that it would create some jobs, that it would, through the retail, educational and community uses in the site, and it is proposed as part of the cafe and the delicatessen that's proposed. They would be selling goods supplied from the butchers, from the bakers and so on, and also provide cookery classes and baking classes and things like that. It would be a reuse of vacant buildings in the countryside. They would source as locally as possible and in the long term from the farmland, surrounding farmland itself, to support small businesses. And finally, there would be an increase in biodiversity within the site. and landscaping. So the officer recommendation is to approve subject to conditions.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the presenting officer? Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom, for your presentation. For the benefit of local residents, the initial submission of this application included a rear entry to the site. Can you confirm that the version we have in front of us today does not include a rear entry to the site? All entries will be from Brockley Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I can confirm that all site access would be from Brockley Road and not elsewhere. The original plan was to provide an additional access from Rogues Lane to the north of the application site. That was removed in consultation with the local highways authority and the footpaths officer, who had concerns about the visibility as well as the character of that, the impact on the character of that footpath. So that has been removed from the proposal. So all access will be gained from Brockley Road itself.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions at the moment. One is to do with the status or not of policy E23 of the adopted local plan, which refers to retailing in the countryside, because which I have with me, which refers to the fact that, or it refers to the principle that planning permission for the sale of goods in the countryside will not be granted except for, there's A, and then there's B, exceptionally, the sale of convenience goods ancillary to other uses where proposals, either individually or cumulatively, do not have a significant adverse impact on the viability of surrounding village shops or the vitality of rural centres or other village centres. And I just wanted to understand, that's been mentioned by an objector, and elsewhere in our planning application, it implies that we can't take that into account. I did see it somewhere where it says it's not material, and I just thought, hang on, which is it? It's here at 931 on page 96. It says the applicant has advised they'll provide the community shop, blah, blah, blah. However, this is outside the realms of planning considerations, and whilst if this is agreed as the case, it would be unreasonable and unenforceable to require this secured via condition. So I just wanted to understand what weight does that carry, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so E23 does apply. It is material to the planning assessment. That paragraph refers to the intention of the applicant to sell wholesale to the village shop, which can't be conditioned. It's a private matter, a civil matter, between the applicant and the village shop. So in terms of that paragraph that you're referring to, we can't do anything in terms of conditioning that.
This is outside the realms relates to the proposal of proposing to sell wholesale to the community shop. Okay, but it does not cover 930, which is the retail impact on the community shop. That still stands.
That's correct, yes.
As under S23.
E23, yes,
sorry,
that's
E23,
correct,
sorry.
yes. E23 still applies. In terms of the A, it would comply with, officers consider it would comply with 1A of that, because it would refer to the majority of goods produced in the locality, and in a longer term, in the longer term, the intention by the applicant is to produce goods on the farm itself.
So do we have a clarification about, one of the things that I wasn't clear was whether we'd had any clarification of the retail impact on the community shop.
So a retail impact assessment has been carried out. I have visited the community shop. It does sell a lot of convenience items. There is a small degree of overlap in terms of baked goods and meats and things that are sold.
I know what's sold at the community shop. I have visited it. But I just wanted to understand, sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to understand, does E23 still apply with regard to the impact on the sales from the community shop?
Yes, E23 still applies, yeah.
Are there any other questions? On the, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on the same point, just for a little bit of additional clarity. So paragraph 987 says artisan type retail is supported in accordance with policy E23. So I'm not entirely clear in my head what the officer's argument is as to why artisan retail is supported by E23. So some clarification on that would be helpful.
So in this case, the applicant has provided a statement from the occupiers saying where they're producing their goods from. And so they would be producing, getting their goods from the locality as much as possible. So that's why it's considered that it would fall within artisan goods, craft goods, rather than convenience goods.
Sorry, could I just come back on the bit? So just for clarity, genuinely for clarity, E23A says where the majority of goods are produced on the farm or in the locality. So we're relying on that in the locality bit.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arrow Khan.
I just want to ask for clarification on the number of parking spaces available under this application, the total number of parking spaces.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. So in terms of the number of spaces, there's 20 spaces within existing hard standing on the site, and additionally 24 that are proposed to the south of the units that are proposed, so 44 in total.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradlam again.
Thank you, sorry, thank you for letting me come back. I did have a couple of other questions. I wanted to understand if there is a relationship between the application site and the other side of the 5-bar gate in the middle of the site. It's to the northwest of the red line boundary of this, but I just wanted to understand what's the, is it a completely separate thing? Will it be shut off from that area? Or do the people in that northwesterly part of the site, do they access it through a different location? I didn't quite understand the relationship between the two. And in particular, I wanted to understand, anecdotally we understood that there's a grassed area there which is used for school parking, and will that use continue? Thank you.
So there is office use, there is office accommodation to the north. The access, the only access to those is from Brockley Road. So people still travel from that to access that office use. So there wouldn't be any changes in terms of the access for those units to the north.
With your permission, Chair. How many cars use the avenue, the road? So we've got, you've referred to the fact that there are 20 parking spaces on site and there are supposed to be a further 24. But how many parking spaces, in other words, vehicle movements, are there in addition from the office space to the north?
That's a separate application site to the north, although it's within the same applicant's ownership. There is there is separate hard-standing parking bays for that office accommodation.
So the only additional parking would be the 24. Okay.
Heather Williams, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And through yourself, it's still on the E23 area. When you said the locality, it's the farm or the locality, how, obviously there's some evidence been provided about where things will be sourced from. What is the radius that is allowed here, permitted here?
So the applicants provided some estimates of about 30-mile radius at the minute in terms of goods being provided. I suppose the difficulty is not all goods will be able to come from the locality, but as much as possible will come from the locality. And as I said, in the longer term, the intention is to source goods from the agricultural holding. Obviously, at the moment, because there's no planning consent been granted, they haven't undertaken that process yet.
Okay, any further questions? No, I feel finished. Councillor Williams, have you finished? Continue.
Thank you. So on E23, and based on what you said, and actually sort of the purpose of the artisan sort of like bakery of it, inevitably not everything is going to be able to, on 1B, it does refer to, 1A, it refers to the majority of goods are produced. I mean, is that 50% plus 1, or are we looking for higher than that?
Yeah, there's no definition in terms of what constitutes a majority percentage. It's a judgment at the end of the day. We have got condition 5 to cover that in terms of the type of goods that are sold, in terms of what the occupiers are selling. Obviously, the bakery is selling sourdough baked goods, and the intention is to source it from the farm. But at the moment, they have to source it elsewhere. So there's no definition of what constitutes that majority in this instance. It's a judgment.
What do we think the percentage is based on the information that's been given?
The information that provided so far indicates that there isn't. It's difficult to say. The goods that the occupiers are selling, there's no numbers, no percentages given by the applicant in terms of the numbers given from where these goods are being sourced from. However, things like eggs and things like that, things that can be grown locally, are tried to source it as locally as possible. But there's no numbers provided as part of the application.
Thank you. Any further questions? I've got a question. The point was raised about the number of parking and the number of the people using the office accommodation. They would have to pass through the site. In the consultations, would the safety element of the fact that you're having a passage of vehicles through the site been taken into account by highways, or is this an additional thing considered by the planners? How is that assessed?
To be honest, I'm not sure if the highways have considered it. It will be an internal consideration for the applicant to make, I would have said. I mean, the peak times of the office use, you know, between 8 and 9 in the morning and between 4 and 5 in the evening. So there wouldn't be necessarily direct conflict there, because there'd be different times of the day, whereas the retail element would be spread throughout the day.
Now we've come to 2 o'clock. We've been going for 4 hours. We need to vote to continue. So can somebody...
I propose we continue.
Fine, have a seconder? Fine. Can we do it by affirmation? Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, have we any further questions? Thank you very much. Okay, we now move on to the objector, Richard French and James Howell. You have between you 3 minutes to present your presentation. We try and keep it strictly as possible to the 3 minutes. So remember that, please, when you're making your presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, it would be wrong in law to approve this application because it contravenes the local plan. This site has been in the hands of the same farming family for generations. Originally, it was a farmyard. Times have changed. The family still farm the adjacent land, but in a different way. In 1994, they applied to develop the farmyard into a rural business centre, open Monday to Friday. Approval was granted subject to conditions to preserve the rural character of the location. So noise was curtailed. There was to be no machinery operated on a Sunday or a bank holiday, and the vehicle access to the site from Smith Street was forbidden. Notwithstanding the fact that the rest of the site has planning permission for office use, the proposed intensity of use of the units in question would not be small scale in the context of the size of Ellsworth, would necessitate a car parking area which will have an adverse visual impact on the rural character of the site and the area in general, and would generate additional private car journeys, which would be contrary to a keynote policy of the adopted local plan concerning sustainability and the objectives aimed at reducing reliance upon the private car and encouraging alternative means of travel. Now, these are not my words. They are the words of this council's planning director, David Hussell, when refusing permission to develop this site further in 2 prior applications. You can safely apply the same reasoning today. Times may have changed, but the location of the site has not. It is still outside the development framework. It's in an exposed and prominent position, and Ellsworth is still a small village. The applicant would have you believe that the benefits outweigh the harms. Now, we submit that creating a net 2 jobs over the prior use is inadequate. There must be no doubt that this retail hub is intended to be a magnet for visitors from outside the village, and it follows that private car usage will increase. As the planning officer in his report has said, it is inevitable. And the harm will be amplified by running the hub at weekends and bank holidays. The applicant was reluctant to admit the intensity of use. In November, when it filed the application, it stated that the trips to the site would actually fall. Then on May the 19th of this year, it conceded that they did expect private car trips to increase. Highways has not provided any reasoning for ignoring this latest information. No doubt they were hurried because of the pending committee hearing. But given Highways' earlier inexcusable comments that it did not have the resources to properly examine the application and were, I quote, duty-bound to accept it without further scrutiny, its input is of doubtful value and challengeable in law. So in closing, it's my submission that it would not be legally sound to grant planning permission, and any grant of permission on the basis proposed would be liable to judicial review. Thank you.
Thank you. So you already used your 3 minutes. Element that the other presenter wants to make. You could just outline in a sentence or 2, no more.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the treasurer of the village shop. Since it opened in 2011, the Ellsworth Community Shop has received financial support from 200 members of the community. Your own council, the parish council, and charitable foundations. It's a not-for-profit organisation run by volunteers, selling those goods that villagers have asked us to stock. If this application is approved, our committee is concerned that it will affect the viability of the shop, depriving the village of convenience items on their doorstep. Ironically, this will generate even more traffic movements as residents will be forced to go further afield to get their paper or their milk. Should the food park ultimately fail as a commercial venture and close, it might already be too late for the community shop, leaving the village with no local amenity at all and with little prospect of or appetite for resurrecting this vital and designated community asset.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions for the, who's first? Richard Williams, Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much. It's just a question of clarity for the first speaker. You mentioned the proposal, in your view, was in clear breach of local plan policies. I didn't catch if you specified which policies you were thinking of, so it would just be very helpful if you could specify those policies.
Absolutely, Councillor. So specifically, well, there's a long list, but let me focus on the big ones. Policy S2, specifically S2F, S3, S7, and S10, and as other councillors have already picked up, E23. If I might just add, the planning officer in its report, and any fair reading of the report, does not adequately address how this application can be accommodated within those policies. It cites S7, but doesn't deal with S7. S7 covers inappropriate development in the countryside. This site is in the countryside.
Thank you.
Councillor Anna Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentations. I just wanted to ask, when you were drawing up your plans for the community shop, did you do an account of how many residents there are in the village? So I just wanted to know if you knew the number of residents of the village and how many volunteers are engaged with the work at the community shop.
The village has got about 240 houses, about 700 residents, or thereabouts. We have a rota that runs throughout a 4-week period. We've got about 40 or 50 people, some of those who do more hours than others, but some just do 1 or 2 hours a week. We do employ two people who live in the village to manage and do the running to bookers and things like that.
Okay. Thank
Are there any other? No? Okay, fine. Sorry. Councillor Heather-Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm obviously out of eye-shot of the Vice Chair. And at your discretion, Chair, is it the shop and the way the community shop is set up, is there anything that prohibits them getting supplies from other places as an outlet? Are they restricted in any way about what they can sell in the community shop?
The community shop's not restricted in any way from what we buy or where we get it from.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the next, thank you very much. Can I now call on the applicant, Anthony Davidson, and with Peter Newton as a resident, to present their case.
Thank you. This proposal is for an on-farm marketplace of traditional food shops and to use surrounding land to grow food. This will be a place where local people, the school, farmers, and food businesses come together to trade and communicate, and in the process, build a sustainable, healthy, inclusive community around food. We will provide local villages that have lost their food shops with a traditional butcher, baker, as well as other interactive events and food businesses to engage local people and provide food knowledge. The vast majority of residents want the food park to go ahead as soon as possible. Some have helped plant an asparagus bed, as well as signed up to help grow fruit and veg. I have also been teaching food and farming at the school since last year and making videos to help other schools to follow. The school will supply the food park, and the food park will supply the school with food. We already have 3 wholesale food businesses on site, and 4 more are ready to open. We really want to help the community shop increase their range, and between the food park and the community shop, get people to switch away from Morrison's to us. Not when I say us, I mean the community shop as well. We want the food park concept to be shared all over the UK to increase farm incomes, diversity, soil regeneration, food security, knowledge, health, and well-being. My great-grandfather bought the farm a century ago when farms grew food powered by horses and people. This proposal takes us back to growing healthy food for local people using a mixture of people power, machinery, and technology. Surely this approach to food and farming is better than intensive GM production of commodities from healthy processed foods. Hand over to Peter.
My wife and I have lived in Ellsworth for about 10 years. We welcome the development of a mixed food hub on the existing site because it embraces 21st century environmental imperatives so many of us, including my wife and I, struggle to adopt. Research, and I cited in the paper I sent to the chair, indicates that eating local food preserves small-scale farmland, cuts down forest fuel consumption, mitigates air pollution, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, and helps preserve genetic diversity and environmental health. Locally grown food would help sustain farmland in our community. When farmers can profit from food production, they are less likely to sell land. Why else would we vote for the Green Party? Ellsworth Community Shop has nurtured for many years by generous local support. In tandem with such provision, the village shop may be able to better resolve the tensions that exist between customers wanting to support it, but being forced to use distant supermarkets for fresh and freshly made goods. A well-run community cafe where we could meet friends and chat over coffee is a perfect addition. As you've heard, Anthony shares his skills and horticultural interests with children in our local school. We were astonished when we moved to the village to discover that the village green and the village hall didn't belong to the parish or anybody else. They actually belonged to Anthony, and his family has given the village free and unhindered use of those facilities for many, many years, well before we arrived. This kind of historical generosity suggests to us that Anthony is interested in running an effective farm business, not wanting to exploit us or the community in which we live. Our children and grandchildren will thank Cambridge County Council for approving this application.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for? Okay, thank you. Richard Williams. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you. It's a question for the first speaker, Mr. Davison, I think. You'll have heard the debate earlier about policy E23, and particularly this question of whether a majority of the produce sold will be sourced locally. Would you be able to provide us with information about the amount of produce that is likely to be sourced locally and what is meant by locally?
Okay. Well, in the long term, we want to produce everything in the land around the park and also from local farmers. We want to put up a polytunnel and grow oranges, apples and avocados. But unfortunately, they take quite a long time to mature. So until we've got them, we might have to sell other produce. But the idea is to produce as much as we can in the local area and encourage people to actually want that produce that comes from the farm. An example of the food at the moment, the bread from the bakery is baked on site, but the flour comes from Shipton Mill in Somerset. We'd love to be able to grow that type of wheat on the farm and have it milled locally and produce it, use it in the bakery. It's the same with some of the meat. We want to, until you've got a customer and a butcher there, it's not worth a farmer growing a lot of, bringing a lot of animals in to produce meat. But once you've got the butcher and the customers, it's worth bringing the animals in, rearing them on the farm, and building a little local supply chain.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, clearly, this, the outcome of this is not going to be determined by some local referendum, but you made reference to the vast majority of residents want to see this go ahead. Mr. Howell, who spoke before you, also referenced the numbers of residents. I just wonder, what makes you say the vast majority of residents? This is based on contacts or a survey, or?
Back in last July, August, I knocked on every single door in the village and gave them a leaflet and tried to chat with as many as possible, and not one person was against it. The feedback I get back from Peter here and from the head of the school, headmistress of the school, is that most people wanted to go ahead.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And through yourself, it's more on the locality. You said about milling wheat from Somerset. Obviously, there are mills a lot closer by. There are abattoirs closer by, and I can think of one at least in South Cambs. So currently, you're sort of going further afield than you need to for these things. Is that something that through conditioning you would stop using your current supplier, or do you see this as a phased approach? The other thing is, for yourself, Chair, the applicant mentioned about currently the wholesale use, and I'm just wondering why the need to go to retail. Obviously, because you could continue the wholesale, but use the shop as a retail outlet for the goods, which probably would keep everybody happy.
The first point about flour from Somerset, the baker also uses the windmill, Prior's Mill at Swaffham Prior. So I think he buys half his flour there, but sometimes he can't get exactly what he needs from that particular miller. And ideally what we'd like to do is find the exact varieties of wheat that produce the best flour and to be growing that on the farm. But we need a mill to actually do that. But we are working in partnership with a farmer the other side of the Caxton Gibbet who wants to do that. Sorry, can you just remind me of the other question?
It was about different types of mills, because there's other ones, the Swaffham Prior, a lot closer in Somerset, and I'm aware of a slaughterhouse in South Cambridgeshire. Where exactly would the meat be coming in from, and also about why the need for retail, as opposed to continuing wholesale and then using potential current facilities for retail purposes?
Well, the baker that we've got there, and the cakery, and the biscotti maker, and we've got a chocolatier who wants to come in, and they all need to be able to sell retail to make enough money to make it viable. And the same with the cafe. They all want to supply the cafe, and the cafe is a draw, and it makes it a lot more viable as a whole concept. We grow onions up in Norfolk, or we used to, as a farmer, and we used to sell to the trade, and the maximum we could get was £100 a tonne. And we'd see our onions on the Tesco shelf 3 days later for £800 a tonne. So if you can actually retail your products as a farmer, you can actually make it more viable. And when you can retail, you can also grow a wider range of products. And that's why we're trying to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Davison, for your presentation. I apologise, I'm talking the wrong way round to you. In the office's report, there are vague mentions of special events up to 12 times a year. Could you explain what sort of events are proposed, how many attendees, traffic management plans and such like, please?
Yes, we've already been asked to do a film showing about regenerative agriculture in soil. So that's exactly the kind of thing that would be great, because it would bring in people who would be interested in what we're doing, but it would also be good for them. And so those are the kind of events we're talking about. Perhaps some guest chefs occasionally. We've had a lady from Cambridge who does a cookery school, and she has a cookery club, I think, once a week, and she's interested in coming in and using the cafe to run her cookery clubs in the evening.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I've got several questions, if I may. Am I right in thinking that the cakery is currently selling online?
I think she is, yes.
Okay. And can we be sure that if you had such a special event, you would, of course, apply for a 10 and advice from the South Cambs District Council Licensing Authority, if you were to get approval for this, in order that we can make, you can take, there is advice available. But the main thrust of my question is, there is another element of E23 which has been slightly overlooked, which is B. And this is the fact that planning permission for the sale of goods in the countryside will not be granted except for, and B says, exceptionally, where the sale of convenience goods, etc., do not have a significant adverse impact on the viability of surrounding village shops. And so I just wanted to ask, how can you be sure that you will not have an adverse impact on the viability of the community shop?
Thank you. I'm glad you asked me. We've been talking to the village shop and parish council for 6 months about this, and I'm very keen that we improve the range of product in the village shop. So one thing we want to do is say to the community shop, look, come and have a look, and anything you want that we sell, you can have at wholesale prices, and you can then mark up. Because I think a lot of the village, if they can get a wide range of product from the community shop, they'll probably go there instead. So we can still sell product, but we can supply the community shop, and they can then have a wider range and actually meet more customers' needs.
One more, if I may. Sorry, well, just one more, thank you. Obviously, you have an asparagus bed at present, but are you planning to develop that field where the asparagus is into a major vegetable production area? I know you mentioned polytunnels, but is that what you're planning to do?
Yeah. So what you saw when you came out was a row of fruit trees that I planted about 3 months ago. And those are old heritage varieties of apples and greengages that the area used to be famous for. So if we get planning permission, I want to plant rows of those trees all the way up the field. So we've got a row of fruit trees every 15 metres, and then between the 15 metres be growing food. So one might be a polytunnel, one might be another raised bed of asparagus. So all kinds of local products in there.
So your own little bit of agroforestry.
Exactly, yeah, and regenerative as well. So we want to follow regenerative types of agriculture, and in time we want people to come and see what we're doing, so that this can be done all over the country.
Thank you, Chair.
So are there any more questions? No, thank you very much indeed. Both.
Thank you.
Now I call upon the representative of the parish council, Councillor Peter Deere, and look forward to hearing from you. And remind you, you have 3 minutes to present your case. First of all, do you have the consent of the parish council to speak for them?
Yes, I do, yes. We had a meeting of parish councillors, and that was agreed upon, and I drew the short straw to become the representative to turn up today. And I'll try and be as brief as I can, because you've had the 4 documents that the Parish Council submitted by way of responses and comments on the application. So I won't rehearse any of that. I do just want to say a word about the proposal for this food hub, or food park, whatever one wants to call it. Then just make brief reference to the application itself, and finally speak about mitigating potentially adverse impacts on the village, should you be minded to actually grant planning permission or consent for this change of use. So the proposal itself, as you can imagine, some residents like the idea of this facility being in Ellsworth. Some, as you've heard, are actually against it. Probably the largest number of all are somewhere in the middle. They find the proposal somewhat attractive, although it's highly unlikely anybody's going to do their weekly shop there. But as evidence in the public meeting, which the Parish Council called in September, they have concerns about the potential impacts on the village. Again, I won't speak in detail to those, but they include such things as traffic volumes and pollution. It's common ground, I think, with the applicant that the food park will only be viable if it can draw in customers from outside the village. And in practical terms, the only way to actually access the food park is by car, with the attendant carbon footprint that that's going to leave behind. It will also, of course, potentially affect the tranquility of the village as well. There are questions about the pedestrian access for those living in Ellsworth. We've heard about getting access through Brockley Road. Fact of the matter is, though, the majority of the village would not use Brockley Road to access the food park. They will go up Smith Street and cross over and come in by the office buildings. Similarly, the people from the school, carers taking children, etc., will have to go across there. Now, there is no footpath on Smith Street for about 50 yards to get into the food park. So that's something that needs to be thought about. There's the noise and light pollution for neighbouring properties that will be an issue, perhaps, particularly if these events that have been talked about take place in the evenings, as may be the intention, and depending on the numbers of people there. We don't really have any hard data from the applicant about any of this. As to the application itself, I mean, the Parish Council found this very difficult to look at. I mean, the documentation, frankly, has been poor. And even when provided, there's a lot of information that is simply not being made available to us.
Can you please wrap up now? It's 3 minutes.
Right, okay. Well, I will try and be very quick then. The transport statement, for example, makes no assessment of this second entry from Rogues Lane. That's simply been dropped. We don't know. We've heard why, but we were also promised that if that was in the wrong place, which clearly it was, it could be further up off of Rogues Lane on land owned by the family. That seems to have gone out of the window without explanation. You've heard that about the development policies, non-compliance. I won't talk about that anymore, other than to just draw attention to this idea that somehow the village shop is going to be provided with fresh produce at wholesale prices on sale or return. That does not sound a sensible business proposition for anybody in these units on the food park.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I just talk about mitigation, because this is of major importance to the village.
Perhaps that can be dealt with in questions. Have we any questions? Councillor Williams.
Through yourself, Chair, if this was to go ahead, what mitigation would the Parish Council want to see?
Thank you for that question. Well, we've drawn attention to the traffic, the pollution, the volumes, and I think that with regard to the recent information about the events that may be put on, 12 events a year, they're presumably going to be at certain times. They're going to be largely, we suspect, at weekends, for example. Now, there's provision, talking of car parking provision, you're talking about provision for the units. There's little provision at all for how many cars might be coming in for a special event. I mean, if we get into triple figures, where is the parking going to be? It can't be off-road. It should be, and I would suggest this could be a condition possibly that you might try and make to ensure that the applicants provide overspill parking if it's necessary. I mean, that's one condition we'd like to see. I think we'd also like to see the idea of the second entrance exit revisited, because it was suggested by the parish council in order to cut down on the amount of traffic that has to enter the village. If traffic from the north and the west can come down Rogues Lane, then you don't have to come into the village at all. To get to Brockley Road, if you're coming anywhere from the north of Ellsworth at all, you've got to either come down Boxworth Road or Smith Street and then down Brockley Road to get to Brockley Road, and you're going through the village.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Thank you very much indeed. Now we come to the local members. There's two local members who are, so instead of a local member, we have Councillor Peter MacDonald as lead cabinet member for economic development, who is going to talk to us. He's attending virtually. So, Councillor MacDonald.
Chair, thank you very much, and I'm calling in from overseas, and so appreciate the help from Lawrence and Aaron to get me connected.
Sorry, Peter, can you wait just a second? Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, is it your discretion to allow a cabinet member to address committee? Because normally we have local members. How is this happening?
Sorry? So this was discussed in the briefing, and it's at my discretion.
Okay. Hello, Chair. Is it okay if I continue?
So, Peter, Councillor MacDonald, can you go ahead?
Yeah, just try and allay the fears from Heather, Councillor Williams. I won't be talking about any planning matters at all, because obviously that's not for me to discuss with you and not a member of the committee. I just wanted to briefly give you some context from the Economic Development Unit, where our officer, Tracy, has given independent advice to the committee. Overall, the Business Support Unit in South Cambs do support this application because we believe that, in a sense, the farm is returning to its roots. Farms in Cambridgeshire historically would be producing livestock, would be producing cereals and other things. The government has said to farmers such as Anthony that they must diversify post-Brexit because, of course, the farm incomes are falling. And historically, they've been able to diversify through the office provision on the farm. But again, from an economic development unit, that market is limited currently. And so we feel that the farmer is taking the logical step to go to the next level of diversification, which is to launch this the food hub in the village. So we do see opportunity for artisan foods in this location, and that means relatively high-priced goods. And therefore, I and nobody else, I think, in the committee wants to see any impact on the community shop. And given that the offering from the bakery, from the butcher, from the chocolatier, these will all be very high-end produce. that I believe it will probably not interfere. I don't want to do anything that would interfere with the safe running of the community shop. And then the final thing, just to put it in context, so we do have two very successful models in South Cambs, one at Gog and another one at Arrington Farms. In terms of employment, I think Gog Magog now employs 3 or 4 professional butchers. And we would see something like this developing if you were minded to approve at Ellsworth. And therefore, those 2 previous models that we have would then have a third example in South Cambs, which we think would be successful. So I hope that answers both your questions and also Heather's question. I don't want to interfere with any planning issues, just from an economic development point of view. Thank you very much.
Sorry, questions. You're going to ask the questions. Heather Williams, Councillor Heather Williams, can you ask a question?
If the purpose of the Cabinet member is not to influence Planning Committee, why is he speaking at Planning Committee?
Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks. As I say, I don't want to influence you from a planning point of view. This is purely from economic development point of view. And I obviously haven't communicated anything other than the independent advice that's come from officers in the business support unit.
Councillor Rippers.
I hope I'm asking on the right lines here. Do you have any knowledge, Councillor MacDonald, of what kind of preceded the Gog Magog farm shop? Like, was there a community shop within a small distance which no longer is there? Or, you know, what's the history of that and how did that come about? I mean, we might be comparing apples and pears.
Yeah, I think good question. As far as I know, there wasn't a community shop in that area when Gog Magog was launched. I'm not sure about Arrington Farms, so there wouldn't be that potential conflict. Of course, we as a council are providing a lot of support through the Hope CIC project in Camborne and a lot of other villages for those type of community shops and lower price food for those on lower incomes.
Okay, thank you. No follow-up.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes, my question is, if I may, is it possible to ask a question back to the case officer again? I just wanted some clarification. Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, at paragraph 1.7, it says, we're talking about the additional daily traffic compared to the existing office use. It says the additional daily traffic movements are considered to be minimal compared to the existing office use. But as I understand it, prior to the proposal to use it for a food hub, all of those offices were let and tenanted. And the only reason that there's less in there now is because those tenancies were not renewed when they came to an end. So I just wanted to understand, do we know how many businesses were gainfully employed in these offices before their tenancies came to an end?
The applicant has provided an estimate of 18 employees within the units, within the office units.
But do you mean currently?
No, prior to them becoming vacant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. This is really a request for some legal advice because I'm very uneasy about what's just happened. There's no criticism whatsoever of Councillor MacDonald, who I'm sure has spoken to the committee in good faith. But to my mind, the submission very much amounts to this application is in accordance with the political priorities of this council. And I am very concerned that that is a submission that's just been made to us. And it's addressing planning committee, so of course it's going to feed into a planning decision. And as Councillor Heather Williams has said, there's no point addressing planning committee if it's not to feed into a planning decision. So I am very concerned about representations by the Cabinet basically telling us that they politically support a particular application, which I believe is what's just happened. So I would like some legal advice as to whether we can really proceed with this application now.
Yes, we'll ask Vanessa to give us legal advice on that.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that the economic department of the council is not a consultee on this, and any comments made have not been taken into account by the planning officer. My understanding was that Councillor MacDonald came to represent the comments made by the economic unit and not as a political statement. Chair's discretion was to allow him to speak on that basis. This is not a political decision and should not be treated in such a way. Now, I can't go further than that because I can't get behind the mind of Councillor MacDonald, but it was certainly addressed at Chair's briefing that Councillor MacDonald would come following the email that has been provided to all members with regards to the economics of this application as opposed to a political statement. No planning application should ever, for the purposes of the public, be considered on political merits. They are considered on the application and the papers before you only. So you are to dismiss anything else from your mind and consider only the application.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
I just want to know if any modelling has been done to gauge what the footfall would need to be based on perhaps the Gog-Magog farm shop that would make this provision viable, and how much it would depend on people coming from outside rather than people from the village. Because if it depends quite heavily on people from the village, then I have concerns about the community shop in the village.
Thank you, Councillor. So in terms of the footfall, there's been no numbers provided as part of this scheme in terms of what would make it viable by the applicant. The comparison with Gog-Magog, there is quite a big difference. Gog-Magog is obviously not adjacent to a village. It is a larger floor space, but the transport statement did compare what the parking provision and what the traffic movements would be likely based on that data from the Gog-Magog development. So the parking proposed and the traffic movements, estimated traffic movements, have been based on that previous consented scheme.
Councillor Heather Williams.
So just so I understand why we've just had the comments that we've had. So the Economic Department is not a consultee in the process. They have formed a judgment. And rather than having an officer who is politically neutral, we have a cabinet member responsible for that department giving a judgment. We have a politician, Chair, giving us the judgment from that department, and they're not even to be consulted. And this never happens. So what on earth are we to think other than political interference?
I think I would like a minute to discuss with the legal officer your comments. I've been working on the advice that I've had in the briefing, and I want to discuss this before I respond to you. Okay? Sorry. Is Councillor MacDonald disappeared?
He's still there. He's just
I'm going to, my view is set the background. Members of the committee have received a communication from the Economic Development Department, and Councillor, as I understand it, Councillor Peter MacDonald has been transmitting that information, which is their view. So I would like Councillor MacDonald to explain the background to this, and after that we will move on to the general debate.
Thanks, Chair. Just to summarise, so everything communicated to the committee from the Economic Development Unit comes from the independent officers, not coming from me. I actually had no sight of what the officers said before they communicated when members had questions, and they confirmed the background. The background really around development overall in South Cambs is where there's an opportunity for rural diversification and to support local businesses that want to diversify because of the factors that we've said around in a post-Brexit situation, then generally we're quite supportive of that. And that's really the context. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Now, I would comment that the economic justification for this project is has been discussed as a planning element, but the advice of the officers, which has been communicated, which is seen as the advice of the independent officers, I think we will leave it at that and now move on to this debate. And if there's any other issues you wish to raise in the debate, we can connect them. Unless somebody has a point specifically related to.
Yeah, I have. I did ask to speak.
We have Councillor Ricketts.
Yeah. Sorry, I am quite cross. Actually, Councillor Heather Williams did ask my question. Aside from the other thing that I was quite angry about was it was introduced as Councillor MacDonald will be speaking instead of the local members. And actually in the planning committee, I want to hear the local members' point of view, and they should be allowed to give a point of view without, they're not predetermined, they're predisposed. And I don't want to see this happen again. And surely everything should be in a neutral way, and it could be in the papers, but they're not actually a consultee. That's for us to decide based on the planning application in its locality. As we're told over and over again, we look at what's in front of us, not other things, unless they are really, really relevant. And I think this is a really sad, inappropriate instance.
In terms of the local member, we have the local member on the committee, and I was proposing to ask him to present in the beginning of the debate, but I think now will be the point for him to make comments. Not as a local member, but make comments.
Can I just follow on from Councillor Rippeth's comments? The papers say that, I believe it, word for word, Councillor MacDonald supports this application. That's in total contrast to what we've just been told, that he's presenting information provided by the independent officer.
I don't think it says that, correct? Oh, yes, he does, yes.
Can I make a suggestion to get us over this rather tricky point, if I may?
Yes.
Can we just view the information that we have in our report as what is written? Can we review the information that Councillor Peter MacDonald gave us as perhaps maybe unwise, but just deal with it as factual information, not as any view, and shall we move on?
Councillor Ripper.
I was going to ask if we could defer.
What was Councillor Ripper's proposal?
Defer.
We defer because of what's happened.
I see. So, and Councillor Heather Williams is supporting the proposal to
I want to
defer?
second it and speak to
Right.
the deferment as to my reasons why.
Do you want?
Yeah. Do you wish to speak now or at the end of the debate? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So in seconding the reasons for deferment, my reasons are that if you were to now change it to local member, we only have one present. In the meantime, I've checked with the other local member who was not informed of this. When we look at the emails that were included and being referred to as a reason why we have a response, if you actually look at those emails, they are politically motivated, what have been shared with us, and then officers asked to be brought in. Councillor Peter MacDonald said he wasn't part of that, if I heard correctly, and yet he is clearly communicating through the chain that we have. So I've sat on this committee for 5 years, never have I seen, and this is a relatively small application to some we have seen. This feels irregular, it undermines the process, and if we are to determine today without a full explanation and all of this information being in the public domain, we would be bringing, I believe, the planning authority into disrepute.
Sorry, Councillor Williams. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, but I share the concerns that Councillor Rippeth and Councillor Heather Williams have both made. This is highly irregular. I support the motion to defer. I think what's actually written in the report is in itself quite concerning, that Councillor MacDonald is identified as the lead member and it says he supports the application. I think the only fair thing to do, and actually I think it's essential to put the decision of this council beyond challenge, is to defer this and hear it again without contributions from cabinet members. Otherwise, I think if we determine it today, I think we are leaving the door wide open to a challenge. My personal view.
Sanford and then me, I think.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I also support the motion to defer. The application was actually called in by the other local ward member, Councillor Mark Howell, and I think it will also be appropriate to hear from Mark.
Happy that we defer.
Can
I speak?
Councillor Fay.
Yes, I would oppose any proposal to defer. I don't think it's necessary because the reason that this came before us is that there had been an assessment by the Economic Development Unit of this application. And we thought it was important that all members of this committee should see that assessment. That was the reason it was circulated to all members. I see no purpose in a deferment, nor do I see that the discussion of the economic assessment of this, and Councillor MacDonald was very careful to confine himself to that, not to make a political declaration, is relevant information to this committee in taking a decision on this application which is before us today. So for those reasons, I would urge the committee not to defer, but to proceed to a debate on the merits, the planning merits of this proposal now before us.
Have we any other comments? Okay. I think we need to take a vote. Can we have an electronic vote? Now,
sorry,
we need to define.
Could we take some legal advice?
Yes. Yeah. Councillor Ariel. No. Okay. Sorry. It's fine. I don't see there's any. I don't see there's any issue. I think we've had a proposal. We've had a seconder. We have to take a vote. I think. So can we take the vote? Those, if you're voting in favour, you're voting for to defer. You're voting against. You're voting not to defer and to consider the matter now, and we'll continue to debate. Okay.
Please do bear with us. The vote is coming in, but we are just having a technical issue with the display on screen. We will get the results up in a second.
Okay, so okay.
I've just got to wait for the system to come back and then I can display this up on the screen. Right there, 1 second. You could, but it's just for official record. We like to have it up on the screen so the public can see. There you go, Chair. That is 7 for deferral and 3 against.
It on the matter, therefore this application has been deferred to and we'll rehear it again. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, now I think it's time for a break now. Yeah, before it's now.
Do we need
Yes,
a pause?
this is what I was going to say. It's now been an hour and a half since our last since lunch, so I propose for a 10-minute comfort break. Thanks very much. 10 minutes. Okay, I welcome you back to the Planning Committee. We're now looking at item number 8 on the agenda, application in Water Beach for 95 Banold Road, called in by the local member. It's reserved matters for approval for outline consent 20-0370, and presenting officer is Alice Young. Is Alice here? Hi, hello.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you. To you. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen, so bear with me a moment. Can I just confirm that you can see my screen?
Sorry, yes, we can see.
Brilliant, thank you. So the application is at 95 Banold Road, Water Beach, and it is for all reserve matters for 5 dwellings after the outline consent was granted permission. So just a quick update. I realised that I referenced a condition which I didn't in the report, which I didn't put in the list of conditions after the report. So there's just an additional condition covering hard and soft landscaping. It's a standard condition and it's on screen now. The application site is located on the northern side of Banold Road, just outside the development framework boundary of Water Beach, but is surrounded by residential development. To the north, east and west of the site, areas outside the development framework boundary are residential properties on Star Drive to the north, Barnfield Close to the east, and Banold Road and Mawson Road to the west. The reserve matters application seeks approval for all reserve matters for the outline consent of 5 dwellings on the site. These reserve matters comprise appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. Only matters that fall under these categories can be considered and assessed as part of the reserve matters application. The proposed dwellings would be accessed via Banold Road as approved under the outline consent, with the front 3 dwellings sited over 17 metres from Banold Road behind a landscape frontage, and the last 2 dwellings located to the north of the site. All dwellings would have 2 car parking spaces and there would be 2 visitor spaces situated to the west of plot 2, adjacent to the communal bin collection point. So this is the elevation for plot 1. These are the floor plans. These are the elevations for plot 2 and 3. And the floor plans. Plot 5, 4 and 5, which is to the rear of the site. These are the floor plans. So a key characteristic of the area, as members would have noted on the site visit, is a green landscape frontage to Banold Road. The proposed building line is set back from Banold Road, maintaining this spacious character and a verdant frontage. The proposal adopts a similar scale, massing and design and materials to the surrounding dwellings. Therefore, the proposal responds to the domestically scaled, simply designed, well-landscaped context, or being of an appropriate density and utilising the existing landscape features to soften the appearance of the built form and maintain the site's suburban character. For these reasons, officers consider that the proposal would respond to the suburban context and create a high quality development with an attractive appearance. this is demonstrated by this proposed street scene. There have been concerns raised regarding an overshadowing or overbearing impact to Barnfield Close properties. So officers requested further detail in the form of a section to demonstrate how the proposal would sit within the context of surrounding neighbours. The proposed dwellings are sited between 16.5 and 18 metres away from habitable windows at 5 Barnfield Close. This is demonstrated by the section on screen. Given the separation distance alongside the modest scale and hitch roof design of plot 5, specifically in the case of Barnfield Close, using BRE daylight and sunlight guidance, officers do not consider that the proposal would significantly overshadow the habitable rooms of these properties. For the same reasons, officers also consider that the separation distance mitigates the sense of overbearing to these windows. The proposal would respond to the suburban context, create a high quality development with an attractive appearance and a good standard of amenity for future occupiers, while preserving the amenity of surrounding occupiers. Therefore, officers' recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions, alongside the additional condition which I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we any questions for the Mrs. Young? No questions? So, yeah.
I just wondered, thank you, Ms Young. I just wondered through you, Chair, if we could just have a little bit of explanation of the response from Waterbeach Level Internal Drainage Board. I mean, I understand it to mean that they normally prefer, their normal limit for greenfield discharge rate to their drain is limited to 1.0 litres per second, which for a site of this size of the hectareage would be 1.1, but actually the applicant is not able to demonstrate that they can go down lower than, what is it more than that? 1.27. And I just wanted to check whether the understanding is that it is generally acceptable to pay for the overcharge to the internal drainage board system. Well, it would appear to be, because they're saying let's set up a bylaw to arrange that. But I just wondered, is that usual for that to be done? Because the discharge from the site is to be limited to 1 litre per second. Sorry, 1.0 litres per second. A rate of 1.01 litres per second is above the greenfield rate but below the existing brownfield rate.
So thank you, Councillor Bradnam. So drainage information is going to be secured by condition 18 of the outline consent, which has already been given. That condition hasn't been discharged yet, and those details will be secured via that condition. So it's not a matter necessarily for consideration today. Thank you. Thank you. So in terms of overlooking, what we look at when assessing overlooking is whether it's introducing windows which would create a harmful impact. In this instance, officers considered that given that either both the neighbour and the proposed occupiers would have mutual overlooking over certain areas of rear gardens, that because it was a mutual impact, that it was considered acceptable in that instance. As well, obviously to note, and which was taken into consideration, was the distance between the properties, and the distance between those windows is quite it is over 10 metres, if not over 15 metres, and I can give you the specific measurement if members desire. But for those reasons, officers did not consider that overlooking impact would be harmful.
Councillor Wilson.
I still find, if I was the person who suddenly had a house next door to me that was going to be overlooking, are we expecting these neighbours to actually sort out amongst themselves how they deal with this overlooking? I mean, do they both get curtains or blinds, or it's? I just find it unreasonable that we accept that overlooking is acceptable. That's the point I want to make.
This is a matter for questions, and we can discuss this in debate, I think. Is there anybody other questions? Councillor Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check with Ms Young that there's a comment about in amongst the hard and soft landscaping where it's mentioned, I can't remember where it is now, but the entrance, here we are, it's at 9.19 on page 123, and it says the hard landscaping plan details hard, close boarded fencing along the central access road, but none of the other developments along Banold Road have that kind of close boarded fencing, and I can see you've recommended softening the appearance and stepping that fencing back behind a grass verge, but that's still nothing like any other properties along Banold Road. They're all broadly open at the front, so I wondered whether you had also discussed with the applicant whether they might just do away with that fencing and maybe, if necessary, have like post and rail or something, which is more in keeping with the other developments along Banold Road, rather than close boarded fencing.
So in terms of boundary treatment, obviously that will be secured via the condition. We would obviously look at the character of the area and kind of have a considered approach to what was put forward to us. Obviously, we went out on site and it was clear through my previous site visits that a close boarded fence on those boundaries is quite harsh, hence what I wrote in the report. In terms of the recommendation or the suggestion of kind of softening those further than what I wrote in the report, I'm happy for that to be noted and take that into consideration when discharging that condition when it comes in, or if members wanted to alter that condition to specifically talk about softening those particular boundary treatments, I'm happy for that condition to be amended.
Sorry, do carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So yeah, I'm happy for that to be amended. Obviously, it'll be taken into consideration the character and the character around the surrounding estates is very green and open, and so we want to soften those boundary treatments so far as possible.
Sorry, to be clear, and for the avoidance of confusion, I'm not talking about the boundary on the outside of the plot. I'm talking about the hard, close boarded fencing along the central access road. It's that entrance to the site that elsewhere along Banold Road is much more open. So I'm glad to hear that you'd be happy to consider an amendment to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was in the report referencing the close boarded fencing set behind the first 3 dwellings to the curtilages of those gardens. That's what I mean by boundary fencing. Apologies if that was miscommunicated.
So to be clear, I'm talking about the entrance. It's the entrance off Banold Road, because that is also indicated as having, or maybe I misunderstood the diagram because of the narrative, but what I'm saying is that at the entrance, there's a very square-edged verge, but I'm just hoping that there's not, there's a double white line around it, or double black line around it, and I just hope that we wouldn't be expecting to see close boarded fencing on the inside of those verges which form the edges of the entrance drive. Can you clarify whether that...
Thank you for clarifying which fences you meant. I'm looking at the hard landscaping plan that they have submitted, which is not an approved document, because obviously we want further information on that, and they are not proposing closed boarded fences at the entrance of the site, the vehicular entrance, and we wouldn't seek for that either.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if the officer is able to put the site plan back up, but my question was just about overlooking again. But we obviously, Councillor Wilson has talked about overlooking, and the report does discuss that. But I just wanted to ask you a question about overlooking within the site. So would there be overlooking within the site between the new properties?
Let me just get up the site plan, because I think it will be beneficial.
Yeah, I was thinking there's 2 at the back. Surely you can see the back gardens of those at the front. They're looking right into them, aren't they?
Yeah, so you're talking about plots 1, 2, and 3 overlooking the front elevation of 4 and 5. Is that what you mean?
Or the other way around, more 4 and 5 looking
Yeah,
straight into the gardens of 1, 2, and 3.
of course. So this relationship is quite common in estates, and the separation distance is significant enough for officers to be satisfied that numbers 1, 2, and 3, their rear gardens and rear habitable rooms, would not be significantly overlooked, and their privacy, like a degree of privacy, will be maintained.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. One of the third-party comments is that Waterbeach GP surgery is already over capacity. Now, I know that as a response, it says that it was considered outline stage, but the minor increase in population would be insignificant. I just wondered if you've got any, if we've received any comment from the local GP surgery, because I know how hot this topic is with residents. You know, even 5 more houses is something that they would be concerned about.
Thank you. In terms of GP, pressure on GP services, obviously the outline gave planning permission, outline planning permission, which gives the principle of 5 dwellings. So the principle of 5 dwellings has been accepted in this location, and so the reserve matters is just looking at the layout, landscaping, appearance of the proposal. So that matter was considered at outline stage, and it was considered that, as you've mentioned, that the increase is small, and so would not pose a significant impact on local GP services.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it was in the report, so I thought it was fair game. But I do take the point that that was decided at outline.
I've got one brief point myself. In terms of the highway, I presume is not going to be adopted. Perhaps you could confirm whether that's the case. In this case, does it mean that all the internal boundary fences could be 2 meters high without planning permission, whatever is written in the consent? Can you clarify the position on that?
Thank you. So yes, the internal roads within the site at Shred are not adopted by the local highway authority. They will be managed by a maintenance company, and that was handled under outline. In terms of the potential of having 2 meter fences adjacent, obviously we've got to look at what is being proposed today. We are looking to secure hard and soft landscaping, which would include boundary treatments by condition. And for a lot of the site, we wouldn't seek to have 2 meter fencing around it, particularly at the entrance.
My particular concern was about privacy elements and whether the future occupants, if necessary, could increase the height of the fence, because that has been raised about privacy issues. What's the would be the position following granting permission?
So as part of the hard and soft landscaping condition, we would consider privacy. So we would look at both the impact on character, but also ensuring that residents' amenity was preserved or a high quality was maintained. So we would consider that as part of the condition. In terms of what potentially could happen in the future, you know, I don't think that's necessarily what we should be talking about today, but obviously they would benefit from permitted development rights if they, so they would be able to erect a fence in the future.
Thank you. Sorry, okay. Sorry, have you any further questions? No, okay, fine. Can we now move on to the first speaker, the objector, Mr. Skidmore. He's online.
Hello.
I should remind you that you have 3 minutes to make your presentation, and so try and keep to the main points of your presentation so you get it within time.
Certainly. I did submit some slides which Lawrence was going to display whilst I spoke. So could those be brought up, please?
Yes, just bear with me 1 second, please, Ian. I'm pulling those up now. They should be on screen now.
Okay. So starting, the proposal's plot 5 is particularly problematic for neighbours at numbers 4 and 5 Barnfield Close. It has the largest footprint and will be built within 2 metres of a boundary, directly in front of the sole living room and master bedroom windows of these 2 neighbours. This design choice is incredibly overbearing, as seen here from my living room window at 5 Barnfield. The effect will be even worse for my neighbours. You can see it will dominate the view from most of the room. Clearly, this choice of layout maximises rather than minimises its intrusive effect on neighbours' homes. Slide 2, please. That's 3. Yeah. Moving on to loss of light, the data is clear. This design choice will significantly reduce the amount of daylight and direct sunlight in these habitable rooms. The effect is measurable and undeniable. These figures show a top-down view of my living room, indicating the amount of daylight received at each point. A comparison of the 2 figures shows that adding plot 5 drastically reduces natural light, with a large proportion of a room receiving none at all. Policy HQ1 states that proposals must protect surrounding users from development that is overlooking, overbearing, or results in a loss of daylight. I've demonstrated here that the scale and positioning of plot 5 clearly breaches this policy. Next slide, please. Moving on to biodiversity, the ecology verification report significantly underrepresents the fauna on the land. multiple neighbours have seen deer and foxes using this land, yet this information has not been captured and the consequences are not considered. As a direct neighbour, I can provide hundreds of videos showing multiple hedgehogs, including juveniles, coming from the direction of 95 Bannold Road nightly throughout spring, summer and autumn. Yet the report describes hedgehogs as occasional individuals and misleads with a reference to a 2019 search revealing just 5 records within Waterbeach, the nearest at 100 metres distance. So what do these provable report oversights tell the committee about the validity of, for example, the bat survey data that they provided? Please also remember that hedgehogs are protected by law and are a material consideration for LPAs. Finally, moving on to flood risk. The scale of a development increases the impermeable area of a plot by over 4-fold, significantly increasing runoff into the Bannold Road drainage ditch. Neighbours can attest that this ditch, which is often clogged with weeds and debris, is already at capacity during heavy rain. To prevent flooding, the proposal requires an underground rain storage unit, ongoing maintenance by a paid company, and perpetual maintenance by all the residents. The report states that maintenance will be required at regular intervals after any heavy precipitation and after every major storm event. How will this be enforced? What evidence have the committee seen that all residents will adhere to these requirements now and in, say, 20 years' time? The maintenance programme even requires regular glyphosate treatment, yet a permit from the Environment Agency is needed for glyphosate use near waterways. As members will know, policies state that surface water drainage systems must be sustainable. So,
thank you very much. We've exceeded the 3 minutes.
One more sentence. This scale of overdevelopment, which proffers to provide housing for up to 29 residents, will harm neighbourhood amenity and biodiversity and increase flood risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have we any questions for Mr. Skidmore? Councillor Bradman.
Thank you, Mr. Skidmore, for your presentation. The slides that you showed us of the light that you expect to get into your, you currently get and you would expect to get into your living room. Did you have an indication of the time of year or the time of day that those slides demonstrated?
I can elaborate. So there's a difference between daylight and sunlight. So daylight is the amount of sky that can be seen, which is constant. And that's what those graphs represent. I also have sunlight loss figures as well. So I could, if I had 10 minutes, you'd get more graphs. But there's obviously losses of sunlight as well, because as you can see from the pictures on the first slide, the sun sets in that direction. So obviously I will lose direct sunlight as well, and that varies on time of year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Skidmore.
Thank you.
Can I ask the agent, Mr. Jones, for his presentation? Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes to make your presentation. Please try and keep to the 3 minutes. If you exceed too much, I will hurry you on. So try and keep your points brief and direct to planning matters.
Thank you, Chair. My name is David Jones. I'm the agent for the application from Armstrong Rig Planning on behalf of Artisan. Artisan is a local Cambridgeshire-based house builder. They concentrate on small, distinctive developments of family homes, with an emphasis on design and quality. The current proposal is true to this ethos, with a high-quality design that reflects the character of the area and respects neighbouring residential amenity. The case officer has prepared a comprehensive report to committee, and I would therefore simply like to highlight a few points. Artisan has worked closely with their architect and landscape architect to ensure that the design of the proposals reflects the character of the surrounding area. The design pays particular attention to ensuring the proposed dwellings are of a similar scale, massing, design and materials to surrounding properties, maintaining a spacious and verdant frontage to Bannold Road, with proposed dwellings set back approximately 20 metres from the road behind a landscape frontage, and preserving and enhancing existing hedgerows and tree planting to soften the appearance of the built form. Residential amenity has been an important consideration in the design of the scheme. Proposed dwellings exceed the internal space and garden space standards for new dwellings as set out at Policy H1 OH12, sorry, and the District Design Guide. Careful consideration has been given to the relationship between existing and proposed dwellings, with all separation distances exceeding the council's design standards. In addition, hipped roofs have been added to plots 4 and 5 to reduce any perceived impacts on amenity. Boundary trees and hedgerows are retained and enhanced, and section drawings have been submitted to demonstrate that the development would not breach BRE daylight and sunlight guidance. On that point, I would like to respond to Mr. Skidmore. He's presented some supposed data and artist impressions. There's no indication of Mr. Skidmore's qualifications in that regard, or that any what that data is based on. The officer's report clearly shows that those dwellings are 17 metres away from the front of Mr. Skidmore's house. That's in excess of the 12-metre requirement set by the council's design standards. And the hip roof further reduces that, so that actually the daylight and sunlight guidance from BRE, the 25-degree line, sails well above the roof. It's not impinged at all. Sustainability has been an important consideration in the design of proposed dwellings. The dwellings have been designed to ensure greater than 50% reduction on current Part L building regulations. They will meet water efficiency standards, EV charging points and accessible cycle stores will be provided, and ecological enhancements are proposed that are supported by the council's design officer. The development would respond to the local context, creating a high quality development with an attractive appearance and a good standard of amenity for future occupiers, while preserving the amenity of surrounding residential properties. It accords with all required policies and design standards, and we therefore request that it is approved without delay. In terms of any other, is that my time or?
Yeah, I'm afraid you've used your time. But,
I will leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. Have we any questions for Mr. Jones? Let's see. Okay. I now call on the local member, Councillor Bear Park, and also we have Councillor Rippeth, local member within in the audience here. First of all, can Councillor Bear Park come have a word with him?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. The way that developments come, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, sorry, something's wrong with your microphone. We can't hear you.
Councillor, your microphone is currently up by your head.
Up by your head. You need to just put your microphone down by your mouth.
Sorry, on your headset, Councillor Bear Park, the microphone is currently pointing up rather than towards your mouth. So if you just look on the side, on the left-hand side, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Fine, we can hear you. Just to remind you, we've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. The way that developments come forward on Bannold Road has had a somewhat harmful effect on the slow and in a slow and subtle way on the locality. Although in isolation, these small sites in this part of Waterbeach may meet planning rules, as a whole they are a long way from achieving the goals of this council. For example, provision of affordable housing is less than it should be. There is no proper consideration of the impact of increasing traffic in the area, and the developments do not make appropriate contribution to services and infrastructure through a coordinated Section 106 arrangement. The individual developments don't link up with each other, such that there is a lack of permeability for walking between the different sites. These piecemeal developments put significant strain on local facilities and infrastructure. One example is the nearby overwhelmed doctor surgery. Another is that the flood risk north of Bannold Road is gradually being increased as each site is considered for flood risk in isolation, when it should clearly be the aggregate risk. Highways Authority also considers each application in isolation. The rear entrance to Waterbeach School, very close by, used to be the quiet way into the school, but it is no longer relatively traffic free. Waterbeach Neighbourhood Plan Policy WAT4 is a policy about creating and maintaining safe access routes to Waterbeach School. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how that policy can ever be met with the drip increase in traffic due to piecemeal development. I appreciate this committee has a duty to assess each development in isolation, but I'm keen to stress that this approach is harmful to Waterbeach as a whole and this area in particular. There are three other points that I wanted to make. The first is in terms of the scheme for flood management on the site, which seems extremely convoluted. I'd like to ask whether there is evidence that such convoluted schemes with reliance on maintenance by individual householders, management companies and payments to internal drainage boards has been shown to work. I was also shocked to read on page 8 of Appendix 9 of the drainage statement that one of the maintenance measures proposed was to reduce weed growth by spraying glyphosate on the permeable surfaces. The second is that the car parking provision is excessive given the public and active travel infrastructure in the area, including Waterbeach railway station, 30-minute frequency PR5 bus, new A10 cycle path and the forthcoming greenway. My final point is that the cycle stores for units 1, 2 and 3 are far too small and inaccessible. The provision for 2 or 3 bikes seems to have about the same area as one solar panel. I know these probably may not be built, but it would be good to see them meet the local plan policy requirements on the plans at least. So I appreciate the committee has to consider this in isolation, but I'd like it to consider the scale of the development and the impact on the local infrastructure and facilities and residential amenity. Thank you very much.
Okay. Have we any questions? Councillor Rippeth, do you wish to make any comments? Brief comments? Sorry. I thought I asked, are there any questions to Councillor Bearpark?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was a bit
Sorry,
slow to
Councillor
respond
Bradley.
to your request. Councillor Bearpark, you mentioned about glyphosate being sprayed in the ditches to keep them weed-free. Can you just clarify why that concerns you?
Because I'm concerned about pollution of waterways and the impact on the eventual impact that might have on the waterways, on the wildlife in those waterways.
And I believe there's a recommendation that glyphosate shouldn't be sprayed within a certain proximity to waterways. Is there some guidance about that?
There may be. I have heard that there is guidance. I'm not familiar with the guidance myself.
Right, thank you.
Have we any other questions? No. Councillor Rippeth, we've used the 3 minutes, but have you any particular issues you wish to? Okay.
You can sign it to any.
I think she's proposing another 3 minutes.
So,
I think she's proposing another 3 minutes unless you want to.
Wow. I think we should. Yeah. We'll let you speak also for 3 minutes.
The character of Bannold Road has changed. As the planning inspector has stated, the area is now suburban in nature. The plot at 95 Bannold Road is a small site. A small plot should deliver something less imposing and more in keeping with both the south and north sides of Bannold Road. As the agenda papers helpfully direct us, we are considering layout, scale, landscaping and appearance of the site design. Plot number 5 at the back of the site in the northeast corner is substantial in size, being one of a pair of large 4-bedroom dwellings. It would sit at 2 stories high and overlook some of the neighbouring properties on Barnfield Close, albeit at an oblique angle. In our adopted local plan, we have a policy stating that for 2-storey residential properties, a minimum distance of 25 metres should be provided between rear or side building faces containing habitable rooms. The distance are about 15 to 16 metres, although at oblique angles, between plots 4 and 5, neighbouring to the west and the plot 5 to the east. The papers also state that between plots 2 and 3 and number 4 Barnfield Close, at first floor level from the bedrooms, that again would be overlooked. The fact that it is mutual and vice versa does not, in my view, make this right. I implore the developers and their architects
to come back with a reduced scale design of the size of the dwellings on all 5 plots, lowering height to 1.5-storey buildings with dormer windows to the front at first floor level and with skylights at the rear. This would remove the problem of overlooking from or in between the bedrooms. A slightly reduced footprint on plots 4 and 5 could create more garden space and at the back of the site to reduce the risk of flooding. Such a development would feel more in keeping with the smaller size and more intimate scale of this site, while the street scene would fit better with a blend of properties on the south side of Banold Road. The layout at the back of the site could also be improved by 2 semi-detached dwellings placed more centrally, which would increase the distance from the existing neighbouring properties and reduce face-on issues of overlooking or loss of light. The agenda papers refer to the plan as fitting in its suburban context and often marries that with the word verdant. The front of the site with the houses set back is in keeping with other homes on Banold Road, but I struggle to see how verdant it is with so much hard standing at the front with cars prioritised. Therefore, I request that the Planning Committee rejects this particular reserved matters application. I have suggested ways in which a new differing design on a slightly smaller scale could remedy or at least alleviate some of the valid objections to this current application and make for a better design, improving residential amenity for both current neighbouring residents and future residents on the site.
Thank you. Have we any further comments? Sorry, any further questions? Thank you very much. Now we come to the debate. Have any of the councillors wish to enter into the debate on this? Have you any requests to speak? Councillor Wilson.
I would make my point again that I'm not happy about the overlooking, which seems to be acceptable, but which as an individual I would not find acceptable. And the slides provided by the neighbour of the impact on the light coming into his living room actually just confirms my reluctance to accept that as acceptable.
Councillor Handley.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Councillor Wilson, and it seems a rather crowded site now, and I do have sympathy with the neighbours who are going to suffer loss of light, etc. But having said all that, I've looked really hard, and I think a lot of the problems stem from the acceptance of the outline planning permission. I mean, we're now at a stage where we're looking at the detail, and I can't see anything here which we would hang a rejection on. I mean, I would, if you prove me wrong, but I can't see it. If we were talking about an outline planning permission, I'd have been speaking up much more loudly against it. I'm sorry, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
And for Councillor Brandon.
Sorry, could I pause to take some legal advice? Because I noticed, if you remember, I said I was on the planning committee for the application at Girton in 2016. It just so happens that on that same committee, actually no, sorry, this is April 2021, I was on the committee when the outline was considered, at which I won't point out others, but I actually voted to refuse this outline. And I just wanted to check with our legal advisor, through you, Chair, whether I should not vote or should not.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So we discussed this earlier in the week. So this has come back as the reserved. You can participate because this is a fresh application before you. And I think if we took the view that every member who'd sat on an outline precluded themselves from the reserved, we'd never be quorate. So yes, you can, providing you come with an open mind and you look at it as its own application.
Thank you very much, Chair. So given that, sorry, did you have other people who wished to speak? Okay.
Yes, but you can continue.
Okay. Very much. Right, I'm mindful that the officer report indicates that there are no grounds for objection. But I am concerned about the density of the proposed development on the site. I know its overall quantum is not as much as other places in the village of Waterbeach, and it's not up to our maximum allowed. But I think the problem is the shape of the site. It previously had one bungalow. It currently has one house, not bungalow, but house on it. And because of the quantum of development that is proposed, it does present problems to the existing neighbours. I appreciate the advice we've received from the planning officer when we were on the site visit and also here today, that it doesn't fall within the realms of that which needs to have a shade assessment. But I am mindful of the effect of that side-on elevation of the house on the outlooking aspect. And indeed the officer points out, if I can find it, maybe, sorry, forgive me. Yes, the impact to 5 and 6 Barnfield Close at paragraphs 9.57. The officer says, for these reasons, alongside the retained hedging, for these reasons, officers consider that the development would not create an oppressive outlook from 5 or 6 Barnfield Road's ground floor living room. It's acknowledged that the development will alter the existing outlook. Nonetheless, officers do not consider that it will do so to a harmful degree. And indeed, in this consideration, I think back to my own mother's kitchen, which looked out on the gable end of a house which was actually probably closer. And it wasn't welcome at all, it having replaced an earlier bungalow which did not obscure the view at all. And I know views are not things that we have entitlements to at all. I just feel it is, in some ways, using the wording of an earlier application that we looked on today, it feels unneighbourly. And I think some of the suggestions that have come through from one of the other local members are worth considering. I haven't decided which way I'm going to vote yet, but I find it difficult when, as Councillor Handley has pointed out, the outline has allowed so much, which, as you've heard, members, I voted to refuse. But now we've got this one in front of us as a reserve matters. It's a separate issue, but I still have significant reservations about it. I'm going to stop there.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, apologies, because I think this was covered earlier on with the conditioning around the permeability, but I'm a bit puzzled because the original outline application included matters of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, how we would have known at that stage what the runoff rate would be. But I mean, aside from that, I'm sort of rather uncomfortable with the idea, assuming that hasn't already been agreed in the outline. But I mean, the point of specifying a runoff rate is not so much can the waterways cope with it. I mean, it's really because in our local plan, surely we're trying to sort of encourage infiltration. So this idea that you sort of paid the internal drainage board to take the water away that you should have infiltrated seems like sort of buying your way out of an environmental obligation. But is that a sensible question to ask at this stage?
We're debating now, unless you wish to ask from ask the officer concerned. Councillor Fay.
Thank you, Chair. As a number of colleagues have pointed out, we are considering reserved matters here. The question of the overall density of the site, we recommend 30 dwellings per hectare. This is equivalent to 18 dwellings per hectare. And when you look at the details, I think I'm not going to go into the question of drainage because the IDB have accepted whatever the terms that is acceptable. But when you look at the details, I would refer to paragraph 9.55 on page 129, which deals with the distance between the plots. Just briefly to read from this, the side elevation of proposed plot 4 would be located approximately 15 metres away from plots 14, 15, and further from the other plots. Given this separation distance, officers do not consider that the proposal would significantly overshadow the rear habitable rooms, and similarly, it is concluded that the proposed development would maintain acceptable daylight and sunlight to the habitable rooms in the properties concerned. I think we have to accept that I can't remember which way I voted when this was brought forward for outline consent, but it doesn't matter. The question now is what is proposed here acceptable given the fact that the principle of development has been established? And in my view, in light of the officer's recommendations and what we've heard today, yes it is, and we should accept the officer's recommendations and vote to approve this.
Have we any further comments? Councillor Richard Wood.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I think, like other members, I struggle with this one. Obviously, the principle of development has been established, so we can't relitigate that issue. The overlooking does concern me. I think the difficulty that we have with these things is that they are very subject to judgment as to what's acceptable and what's an unacceptable impact on a neighbour. And I think there is legitimate room for disagreement about that, but it is by its very nature a very subjective judgment in many ways. So I'm not happy particularly with the application. I think it does have a detrimental impact on the neighbours in terms of overlooking. But of course we do have to bear in mind the outline. So I in my heart, I'm leaning towards refusal on the ground of impact on the neighbours.
Okay, any? Councillor Bradman.
I'm just thinking about the point that Councillor Wilson made about the mutual overlooking. And it occurs to me that if you were to build a new row of houses, which are in a terrace, or indeed if there was an existing row of houses that were in a terrace, let's say, they all overlook each other's gardens. This is not unusual. It's not an outrageous situation to set up because we do it all the time. But I guess the problem exists here because it's overlooking something that was pre-existing. And is that I just wondered what and presumably that is why the officer has recommended that this is an acceptable design. I just wondered if we could have some guidance on that, please.
Can we have some guidance? Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. So in terms of overlooking in planning of housing estates, Councillor Brandon is right. There is somewhat of a degree of overlooking, no matter how you kind of organise the dwellings. But it's ensuring that that is an acceptable kind of mutual overlooking impact. In terms of this application, we concluded that because a lot of the relationships were either mostly back to side, so the rear plots, let me just get up a location plan to show you a site plan. Bear with me a second. Because these plots here, plots 4 and 5, looked were adjacent to the side gable of this northern neighbour here, and these properties to the west and east looked onto the side properties of number 4 and 5. That relationship is considered, because of the relative angle but also the relative separation distance, to be acceptable. In terms of the surrounding context, there are properties with back-to-back distances of 20 metres, back-to-side relationships of 10 metres. So just to put this into context, plots 1 to 3 are approximately 20 metres from 4 to 5. And then, as I don't want to rehatch the surrounding separation distances, but we all know that that is over 15 metres. So I just wanted to highlight that and clarify that with members. I hope that's clarified things. Thank you.
If I can come back, Chair. Sorry,
yes,
my concern related to the distance between the front windows of plots 4 and 5 and the back gardens of 1, 2 and 3. And because normally, if you were in 2 and 3, the back-to-back distance would be with a similar garden beyond yours. You know, there's the depth of your garden, then another garden, and then the back of a similar property like 2 and 3 at the other side. But in this case, you've got the front of plots 4 and 5 facing into the gardens of 1, 2 and 3. So it just feels a bit closer. However, I appreciate what you're saying is that the total distance between a window, because actually what you've got, it's not the overlooking of the living space, it's the overlooking of the garden. It's the front windows of plots 4 and 5 overlooking the gardens of 2 and 3 and 1 that's the problem. And that is only, what, I don't know, 10, well, it's a car's width and a bit, isn't it? So it's about 6 or 7 metres into the garden. And I just wondered whether that's, you know, that's closer than it's the overlooking view of somebody's private amenity space. Could the officer guide us on that?
Can you provide some guidance on that? Is there any guidance about the distance that you should front? Presumably this only refers to the upstairs windows, because the downstairs windows are protected by a perimeter fence of the garden.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. As I've said, it's a matter of judgment in terms of overlooking, but I've explained kind of where we're our justification for recommending approval. In this instance, there is a 20-metre gap between the front and the rear of those properties. This kind of relationship where there is some degree of overlooking to the rear of gardens is common in development such as this. This isn't uncommon. It's very difficult to design a housing development where there is no overlooking of anywhere across the development. And we've used our planning judgment to recommend to you that this relationship is considered acceptable because it is mutual, because obviously people in the rear garden can look into you know, the front elevation of plots 4 and 5 and vice versa.
Sorry.
Sorry, if I could just add to what Alice is saying. So we've taken a broader view of the development either side and looked at the context and the character of the area as a whole. And as Alice has said, that there are some of the properties immediately adjacent, where the development is adjacent, where the side to back distances are 10 metres, or where the back to back across 2 gardens is 20 metres. So when we're looking at the distance between the back of the front properties and the front of the back properties, it'd help if I had a plan, that distance itself is 20 metres. So that in fact is probably a better relationship than one that is 20 metres across 2 back gardens. So actually the distance in terms of overlooking is actually probably better in that instance. So looking at the context of the immediate character of the area, we're saying it's actually similar.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
I'd just like, sorry, can I add as well? It's designed this way to, so far as possible, minimise the impact on surrounding neighbours as well. So it's very much looking at obviously the feasibility of where you put windows, where you put built form, because the neighbours are, you know, 15 metres from either side. You wouldn't want to reorientate those dwellings to have a, you know, to have the fronts of surrounding dwellings. So it's all about looking at the surrounding context as well as what's in the site, as Rebecca has said. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Okay, I will comment now. Generally, I feel that diagonal, as was commented earlier on, in any modern development, diagonal overlooking of gardens is the norm rather than the exception. And I don't think we could expect to be able to omit that. The only real overlooking which seems to me of any concern is this of the rear gardens. But as is commented, I don't see how you could, if you organise it differently, you're going to cause problems for the adjoining areas. As it is at present, the distance across to the east, for instance, is equivalent as if there was another house on the other side of the road. It doesn't seem to me an unreasonable distance. And it's a blank wall, so there's no matter of intrusion to looking at windows. On the same similar points apply to the west as well. So I cannot see, in the light of your advice, any real reason to refuse this, and I don't think the impact is sufficient, and I will be. You know, I think we're in debate, aren't we? Yes, we're in debate. Because of questions asked, we versed into it's a long session, back to the beginning. But I'm okay. Okay. Well, that's the. I was going to normally make my comment at the end, but I've made my comment now. Have we any other comments?
I just think that to be honest, I think we're scratching around for reasons to reject this, and I don't think there are any.
Thank you.
I think, honestly, my proposal would be that we should move to a vote, and that we should, my proposal is that we should move to a vote, and we should accept the officer's recommendation. That's my proposal.
Do we have a seconder?
Do we have a seconder?
No.
The plan that I've copied off the website, printed off the website, is at odds with the one that's in our pack. It shows 2 parking spaces. The one I have, which was printed off the website, shows 2 parking spaces to the left of the entrance, whereas the one that we are being shown in the pack has 2 parking spaces parallel to Banold Road at the left of the entrance. And I just wanted to clarify which of those is the correct version.
Yeah. Can we have a reply? Yeah. So
Yes,
we know what we're voting on.
of course, yes, of course. So there has been several site plans submitted to this application. So there are several on file. The one for consideration is the one in the plans pack. That is revision B. It shows 2 car parking spaces south of plot 1 and 4 car parking spaces south of plot 2-3.
Thank you.
Sorry, forgive me, but these 2 have the same, as far I can't see very easily, but this one, which is what I took off the website, has 2 parking spaces at right angles to Banold Road, and it appears to be site plan as proposed 117603, and the one that's in our plans pack has 2 parking spaces parallel at right angles to the front door of plot 1, in other words, parallel to Banold Road. But it also, and I can't really read that because it's too small, it also appears to be 117603. So I'm just wanting to ask which version number is the one that's...
Chair, this has been a long session. Is it going to make a difference? I mean, you can sort this out afterwards, Anna. Come on. It's a long session. We need to wrap this up.
I just want to ask the case officer which one is under consideration. Are we looking at this one?
So can I just come in there just to clarify? So when plans are revised, they have revision numbers on. We are looking at revision B of plan 117603.
That's fine.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, have we got a seconder now for the motion?
I'll happily second that.
Okay. I think we need an electronic vote. Now the motion is that we go to the vote, and then we take another motion on the thing, or we are voting to approve.
Right, if I can just clarify, so the officer recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions set out in the report with the addition of the condition that Alice put on the slide at the start of her presentation.
Right, so can we move to a vote to approve unless... first of all, can we have affirmation that we wish to move to a vote? Yes. Yeah. Okay, fine with the motion. And now we have it. The motion should be that we approve the proposal of the officers to recommendation. Can we have electronic vote now, please?
That should be everybody now, Chair, with 6 votes for and 3 abstentions.
Hopefully this will be one quicker. Application, agenda item 9, the certificate of lawfulness, sorry, this is 9 Station Road, Oakington. Could we have Ms. Young present the application for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just mindful of time, so I'll keep this short. I mean, it's not a as complex application. It's for a certificate of lawfulness under section 192 for the construction of a home office. in the rear garden with additional hard paving at 9 Station Road. So this is the location plan. We are on the western side of Station Road in Oakington. This is the existing on the left-hand side and the proposed on the right-hand side. So you'll see that there is a home office located 2 metres from the boundary. So this is the floor plan of the proposed home office. These are the elevations, 2.5 metres to the eaves and 3.5 metres to the ridge. So this is a section showing the ground differences. The ground is sloped slightly, but the eaves height is taken from the highest ground level. So that is 2.5 metres to the eaves. So officer recommendation is one of approval because the proposal would comply with section 2 part 1 class E and F of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order. Thank you.
Sorry, you should note that Councillor Ripper has left the meeting. Councillor Williams, have you a question to ask?
No, it's going to be one of those days. Obviously, I attended after the declaration of interest. I have to declare an interest in this application as one of the applicant is a member of the group that I lead, at which point my advice is I'm not allowed to vote on this one. So I'll, it's not been a successful day for me today.
We all have a declaration of interest in that we know and are close to. Councillor Bygott, who is the applicant in this case. Perhaps could I speak on this, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. This is an application for a certificate of lawfulness. It's a matter of fact, not of judgment. And it so happens this is within the development framework. It's outside of the conservation area. And officers have reviewed the site history and the proposal and concluded that the proposal is compliant with the section stated, that is, it is permitted development, and therefore that the Planning Committee should grant the certificate of lawfulness. I would propose that we take officer's advice and do so.
I would comment that we could only comment against it if we can argue against it on the planning law. Sorry, yes, Councillor.
I just wanted to...
and then Councillor will...
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify my understanding of the officer report at 7.2 on page 139, which gives us the Class E sort of qualification, and then over the page in 141 it's Class F. And I just wanted to check if there's missing wording there, which I think it normally says Class E development would not be permitted unless the permission to use this as a dwelling house has been granted only by virtue of. Do you see what I mean? Is that correct? There's a line of advice, I think, which might be helpful when we're reading this, because it normally says something like it wouldn't be permitted unless the total area of ground covered by the buildings, etc., if it would exceed 50%. But we're saying, no, that's not applicable because, or the proposal wouldn't exceed that. Can you just clarify what maybe Rebecca Smith might be able to help, or the officer? I just wanted to clarify, is this what's...
Officer advisor.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just a second. I'm just scrolling through the PD legislation to find the exact wording. You're correct, there is unfortunately a line missing, which says development is not permitted by Class E if.
Yes, and it's
and then the same on Class F, which
it says development
is not permitted by Class F if.
Yeah, thank you very much. However,
Councillor Wilson.
I was merely trying to second Councillor Fane's proposal.
Okay, we have a proposal, we have a seconder. Can we can we go to the vote? Is everybody agreed? Okay.
Do you want to take it by
It
affirmation?
would be a good idea to have an.
Do you want to take it by affirmation?
I think it's important to have an electronic vote.
Just to clarify.
That you're voting to support the planning officer's recommendation.
Yes, just to clarify that
has not meant that.
the recommendation is to grant the certificate in that the proposed development complies with the permitted development legislation.
Sorry, now we come back to the compliance report. Is Mr. Braybook
It's me.
present? That's okay, sorry. Councillor Rebecca Smith, can you please?
Unfortunately, Chris has had to go to another meeting, so he's given me a brief synopsis. As outlined in the report, Neil Langley, Senior Planning Compliance Officer, has left the council, and that post is currently being recruited in that position, and another officer will hopefully join us soon as well. That recruitment has already taken place. There are various updated figures for case numbers in the report on cases received and closed, and quarterly totals on the last 2 years also, as well as enforcement notices served. And there's on one of the appendices there's another enforcement notice following the withdrawal of the previous one because it couldn't be relied upon to achieve the requirements of the notice due to inaccurate wording, so a new notice was subsequently issued. Thank you.
Any comments, questions? Noted. Okay, we note the report. Now, appeals. Are there any? Have you covered appeals? Sorry. Do we?
Just to say if anybody's got any questions.
Appeals. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Badman.
Thank you. So Appendix 3, this is local inquiry and informal hearing date scheduled on page 153. The land to the north of the old coal yard, Chesterton Fen Road, Milton. Do we have any idea of when that is likely to happen, or are we waiting for suitably equipped inspectors to do that? Okay.
Okay, it's noted. Now, we need to exclude the press and public. Do I have a motion, a proposal to exclude the press and public? Councillor Hanley, and seconder, Councillor Wilson. Can you let us know when we've gone offline?
Chairman, if you'll allow me, can I just clarify the reasons for it? So we are excluding press and public for item 13 in accordance with section 108 for the Local Government Act 1972 on the grounds that if present there'll be disclosure to them of exempt information as defined in paragraph 7 of part 1 of schedule 12A of the Act. Thank you, Chair. And also for those watching the live stream, the next meeting of this committee will be held on the 12th of July. Thank you, Chairman.
Agreed.